Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a question.
What's your question, man?
Um, I hired an attorney, and who said he was going to do with everything for me, and I didn't really have to be here today. But I couldn't get hold of him last week.
What's your
So
what's your case number?
my case is let me see. That the is simple battery.
What is your case number?
I hired an attorney. And my case number, let me
Ma'am?
see. Said he was
Do
he
you
was
know
going
your
to do
case
with
number?
everything for me. My case
Ma'am.
number is
Mm-hmm.
21CR 004819A. So did you get my number?
No, I'm sorry. What's your case number again?
21CR
Mhm.
004819A.
So he did
Excuse me,
file
sir.
a waiver on your case, so you don't have to be here.
I don't have to be here.
No, he filed a waiver of arraignment.
So follow a waiver. So what am I supposed to do next?
You just contact your attorney. Y'all both will get a notice in the mail once your next court date has been scheduled.
Okay, so do I need to attend any kind of classes like anger control?
I'm not sure what was on your bond order. If that was on your bond order, then you need to complete the conditions of your bond order.
Okay, just for education, knowledge. If I didn't hire an attorney, so I have to be here today, right?
That would have been correct.
But the thing is, hiring an attorney is a must or not a must.
That's up to you now.
It's just up to me.
You've hired an attorney, so you don't have to be on this calendar.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Bye bye.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Public defender told me the same thing, but I didn't know if I should not get on here or not.
What's your case number?
1 second.
Excuse me, that case number was for me, so do I leave?
Say again?
I had the simple battery, so do I leave?
No, ma'am. And if you could change your name from Zoom user to your actual name.
I don't know how to do that.
Miss Wheeler?
Yes, the case number is 21
Mm-hmm.
CR 004890B.
You said 21CR 004890B?
I said 21CR 204890B.
Okay, you want to stick around the calendar and speak with the public defenders. Once they log on, they'll probably have a conference with you. Because right now I don't see that a waiver was filed on there.
Okay.
So you may want to speak with them. They may be planning on filing a waiver on your case, but there's nothing filed on there currently.
Okay.
And good morning, everyone. This is the Fulton County State Court Apollo arraignment calendar. The judge will be logging on shortly to speak with everyone. I need everyone to remain muted once the judge logs on. If you're not currently muted, please mute your screen and change your name, your username to your name as it appears on our calendar, and that Zoom, the court notice and Zoom notice that you received in the mail.
Good morning. This is a Mandarin interpreter. Do you still need a Mandarin interpreter?
Yes, sir, we do. I'm not sure which case you're actually here for, but
I have a case for 21CR 00 4593B.
Hello. Can I test my video? My audio, I mean?
We can hear you, ma'am.
You can hear me? Okay, thank you.
So that case is still on our calendar, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not sure if the person is here yet.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi. My name is Raquel, but I didn't see my letter in the mail for my court date.
Do you know your case number?
Give me 1 second. Yes, my case number is 21CR 004818Y.
So, Ms. Wiggins, you're represented by conflict attorney Dennis Murphy, and he did file a waiver on your case, so you don't need to be on this calendar.
Oh, okay. Wait, huh?
Can you check mine as well, sir? Someone called me, but they never called me back from the public defender's office.
So you'll still need to speak with the public defenders. So they'll be on this calendar today, and you'll speak with someone from their office.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me.
Yes.
How do I change the name on here? Because it's not allowing me to do it. I'm not sitting anywhere.
Are you on the cell phone?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it works on the cell phone, but there should be a menu at the bottom.
You gotta go to participants and click on your name and click rename.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, I never, in my letter, it said something about a public defender. I never had received one. No one ever called me.
So they will talk to you on today's calendar.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
My name is Candace Duvernay. I represent Mr. Knight. He just retained me on Friday, but I was wondering if we could be excused and I could file his waiver of arraignment today, or I need to do that now.
The judge is getting ready to log on now, so she's going to start the calendar. You can let her know your announcement.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so everybody just make sure y'all remain muted. So the judge is getting ready to start the calendar. Just remain muted until she calls your name.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judge Long, and this is going to be our plea and arraignment calendar for today, January 10th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Again, this is the plea and arraignment calendar for January 10th, 2022 with the Fulton County State Court. If you are a defendant, an attorney, a litigant, or a witness, or an alleged victim, please start your video but mute your screen. Please start your video but mute your screen. Also, make sure that if you can see your face on the on your Zoom screen at the bottom left-hand corner, make sure that your full name is listed there. So, for example, if you see my face on your screen, As you can see on the bottom left-hand corner is my name. You need to make sure that your full name is displayed on that screen. The way you do that is to go into participant, and it will give you an option to rename. Make sure that your full name is listed there. Mr. Derek Howard, if you are present, sir. Counsel attorney.
Yes.
Mr. Howard, yes. Do you, fine, thank you, good morning. Do you have someone who's coming down to G33 to interview possible clients?
I will, Judge. I'm going to come down in just a few. I'm upstairs. I can come down there shortly.
The possible clients are standing outside in the hallway.
Okay.
I'm not going to let them in until it's confirmed that they are represented. And then you can either indicate that you're waiving arraignment, or we can have them brought in to be arraigned.
Okay. All right. Judge, I'll need to do some applications, and there are like no desks or anything out there. So would we be able to maybe come in and do those?
Yeah, you can use the desk to do the application. I'm just saying they're waiting outside, and that's when you can interview them to see if they need to fill out. We have a deputy who's getting down a list of the folks who are outside.
Okay. I'll be down there shortly.
Now, with respect to, just 1 second, deputy. With respect to private attorneys, if you are a private attorney, please unmute your screen and I will address your case right now. If you are a private attorney recently or previously retained by your client.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Attorney Dawn Davis, and I represent Jennifer Fitzsimmons.
May I have the last 4 numbers of your client's case?
Yes.
Unfortunately, the calendar is not alphabetical, so I'm going by the last 4 numbers of your client's case.
The last 4 digits appear to be 4761, followed by an E.
Just 1 second. This is position 57, okay. And is Jennifer Fitzsimmons present?
I saw her on the video.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. Fitzsimmons, your case number is 21 CR 004761E. You're represented by counsel Ms. Dawn Davis. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, this virtual open court, your statements can and will be used against you. Ms. Davis, how would you like to proceed with your client?
Your Honor, we were trying to pre-try this, and there's been a bit of a misunderstanding because I contacted by email and then phone Miss King, who is assigned to Judge Morrison's courtroom. And she had indicated to me specifically that I would have a chance to pre-try this case because my client has a condition of bond in this case that she is not able to drive. So she has not been able to drive since this case occurred. We are trying to resolve the matter.
The bond condition should be not being able to drive unless she has valid driving privileges by DDS. Did y'all do an ALS?
And we did, Your Honor, and it was withdrawn. The refusal was withdrawn, so there are no administrative consequences for the license. However, the bond paperwork does indicate no driving. It does not say.
It should have been amended to. Okay. In the meantime, do I have a prosecutor who's on position 57, Jennifer Fitzsimmons?
I know Prosecutor Don Henderson said he was going to try and look at that.
Well,
Good
Ms.
morning,
Davis,
Your
we all know lovable Don Henderson, but we have the equally lovely Michelle McCutcheon here right now. Ms. McCutcheon is the prosecutor, and she will be glad to pre-try the case with you. You both can communicate via chat. Or Ms. McCutcheon, is that your preferred method of communication, or would you like a phone call or email?
Your Honor, since I am actually covering the first 43 cases on the calendar, Mr. Henderson is covering that. He just sent me in the chat, or maybe he sent me an email. He just sent me an email, Judge. Let me just see. He says he's waiting to get on.
Okay, so the host will have to let him in.
Yes, right. Yes, counsel, Mr. Henderson apparently has looked at it or is familiar with the case, and he can pre-try the case with her as soon as he gets on, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, and we understand how
Dawn, can you wait for,
Yes,
So
I
give us a
can,
few moments. I was going to say Dawn, let's wait for Dawn, but you both are Dawns. So, okay, Ms. Davis, let's wait for Mr. Henderson, all right?
yes.
As soon as
yes.
it's on, we can put you in a virtual breakout room, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, great.
Attorney Jared Mitnick here for Mr. Christopher Pierce.
All right.
And the last four of his case number are 4685A.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitnick, could you give me the last four numbers again?
Sure, 4685 followed by A.
4685. Got it, okay.
He's physician number 28.
46858. All right, Mr. Mitnick, is your client here, Christopher Pierce?
He is, Judge. I see him on the call.
All right, Mr. Pierce, where is he? Mr. Christopher Pierce?
Yes.
I see him right there. Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Pierce case number is 21 CR 004685A. And Mr. Pierce, you've been advised of you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. Mr. Mitnick, did you want to pre-try the case, or are you planning to file an arraignment? Do you want to have the case arraigned?
Well, Judge, now we'll waive arraignment, but Judge, I had been previously dealing with Miss Solette as the prosecutor. I don't know if she's still on the file. I have still to this day not received any of the body cam or dash cam footage, and we have the rest of the discovery, but we still don't have the video. And so I don't know who is handling it for the state at this point, or if they have that and can get it.
Right now, it would be Miss Michelle McCutcheon. All right.
Yes,
And Ms.
counsel.
McCutcheon-
Yes,
go ahead.
if he's waiving arraignment, Your Honor, then it will go back to the division judge. And you, Ms. Patton, if she is still assigned to Judge Roth's courtroom, she would be the attorney to provide the discovery to you, counsel, or the remainder of the discovery. Based on what you're saying, she's provided some of the discovery to you already?
Yeah, Miss Solette had previously provided me with the incident report and intox, but not the body cam or dash cam.
Right. Once it goes back to the division, since you've waived arraignment today, then that attorney assigned to that state court division would provide the remaining items to you. You would just have to contact them. So continue to contact Miss Solette.
Okay. So Miss Solette is still assigned to the file? Because my understanding.
I'm not quite certain. I'll tell if she's in Judge Roth, but whichever state ASG is assigned to Judge Roth, the odd numbered cases would be the attorney. We've had some moving around, so I'm not quite certain. But if you call our main number, they'll be able to tell you who is assigned to Judge Roth's currently his division.
Okay.
All right.
So, Mr. Mitnick, if you plan to file a written waiver of arraignment, please email that to Katrina Lewis at fultoncountyga.gov. Katrina, could you please place your email in the chat?
Yes.
Yes, Judge, we'll get that taken care of.
Yeah. Mr. Mitnick, we need a written entry of appearance and your waiver of arraignment. You may email that to Ms. Lewis. Email will be in the chat.
Okay.
And that should take care of that. And then please contact the solicitor's office to find out who is the ASG assigned to the division judge, and you should be able to move forward from that point.
Thank you, Judge. I'll get that taken care of. And the email where I'm sending all this is going to be placed in the chat, correct?
You send it directly to him because if I can find his name.
Ms. Lewis is going to send you her email, and then you're going to email the documents directly to her. She works with the clerk's office, and she'll make sure that your documents are e-filed.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Mr.
Good morning, Your
Mitnick,
Honor.
anything else, sir?
No, that is all. May me and my client be excused, please.
Yes, sir. You have a good day. Thank you.
Well,
thank you,
thank you.
Mr. Pierce. You're free to go. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. TJ Ramey on behalf of Mr. Malorta, case number 4926 Golf.
All right, 4926.
Excuse me.
While I'm addressing the cases with the private attorneys, I'm just going to make a general announcement. If Mr. Howard, are you going to put the information in the chat feature? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be what we call a plea and arraignment calendar. As you can see right now, I'm addressing it with the private attorneys. For those of you who are not represented by an attorney, for those of you who have spoken to a public defense attorney and don't know if they are still representing you, for those of you who were contacted by the public defender's office and you think you might be represented by them, but you're not sure, for those individuals, please look at the chat feature. Look at the chat feature. It's got a broad-based announcement to everyone who is not certain who is representing him or her. You would need to read that information and reach out to the public defender's office to get an application to fill out. Once you filled out the application, you can email it back to the public defender's office and they will be able to tell you this morning if they will represent you or not. If they cannot represent you, then you would have to represent yourself for purposes of arraignment. So please look at the chat feature. If you are not represented by the public defender's office, if you're not represented by an attorney, if you think you're represented by the public defender's office, but you are not sure, please look at that chat feature. You will need to make sure. All right, thank you. Mr. Don Henderson, are you present? Mr. Don Henderson? All right, we're still waiting for Don to appear. And Mr. Tate Ramey, I'm so sorry. 117. Okay, I see Mr. Kishore Mehrotra is present. And Mr. Mehrotra, you are represented by counsel, Mr. Timothy Ramey, and you are, and you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. Mr. Ramey, you filed a waiver of arraignment, so I gather your case is going to be reset to be addressed by the division judge. And did you have anything else to address?
No, Your Honor, I was under understanding that this was a plea hearing and I was just trying to see if I could speak with the prosecutor, but I've got her email. I have her down as Miss Suri, S-U-R-I, and if she's still the prosecutor on this case, I'll follow up with her.
Okay. Otherwise, there's really nothing else. This is, if you're not addressing a plea today, if there's nothing confirmed, you would need to reach out to the ASG assigned to that division judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. May be excused.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ramey. Mr. Mehrotra, please contact your attorney. Otherwise, this matter is further notice to the division judge. Thank you.
Judge, good morning, Judge. Candace Duvernay on behalf.
Hang on. I'm sorry. Mr. Crosby, you'll be next. Ms. Duvernay, good morning.
Yes, Judge. It's a little like double dutch today, but good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Rashard Knight.
Good morning.
That last four digits is 4866J.
4866J. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. And I apologize, Mr. Crosby.
No worries, me too.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rashard Knight is position 89, case number 21 CR 004866J. Is Mr. Knight present?
Yes, Your Honor. I see him at the bottom of my screen.
Mr. Knight has an attorney, Ms. Candace Duvernay. Is it Duvernay or Hill?
Duvernay. Well, my maiden name is Hill. It might be still Hill in the system, but it's Duvernay.
All right, Ms. Duvernay. Right, and Mr. Knight, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. All right, Ms. Duvernay, what is your position for your client?
Yes, Judge, I'm very new to the case, so we'll just, if it's okay with the court, waive arraignment. That'll give me time to file the necessary paperwork, review discovery, and try to negotiate a resolution on behalf of Mr. Knight. So I don't think we can get much done this morning. Aside from that.
All right, you will get an email. You will get an email on the chat feature to send your written waiver of arraignment. For this case, make sure you put down the case number. And also, if you've not filed an entry of appearance, please do so and email that directly to Miss Lewis.
Yes, Judge, we filed it on Friday, but you know, Friday is right at the buzzer. So if we need to send it to her, I can happily do that at the conclusion of the calendar.
Sounds good. All right, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Duvernay?
No, Judge, I see Ms. Lewis's email. Thank you, ma'am. May me and Mr. Knight be excused?
Yes, thank you. You have a good day. Thank you, Mr. Knight. You're free to go.
Thank you. Y'all take care.
All right, again, those who are waiting to see whether they qualify for a public defender's office, Please, please, please look at the chat feature. There are several good messages out there for you as to what you need to do next. Do not sit back and relax, because don't give me an excuse that you did not know about it. I'm telling you, third time around, look at the chat feature. It's got information on how you can get representation. Mr. Crosby, sir, good morning.
Good
What's the
morning,
last
Judge.
four numbers of your client's case?
My client's name is George Law. He has two cases. The first one is 4756.
Position 52 and 1. 52 is the first one.
Yeah, George Law, and is Mr. Law present? I thought I saw someone with that name.
He is, Judge. He's present on the screen. And the second case is 6074.
What's the last case on the calendar?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. All right. Mr. Law, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. Mr. Crosby, I see you filed arraignment in both cases. Is there anything else that we need to address?
No, Judge. I was hoping to talk with the prosecutor to try to facilitate a plea, but we'll reach out. I have the name of Mr. Borger, and we'll continue to reach out to him to get discovery and an offer.
Sounds good. Thank you. Mr. Law, your attorney will advise you as to what the next steps are going to happen in your particular cases. In the meantime, Mr. Crosby will be reaching out to the prosecutor to see if there are any alternative options for your cases. All right, you and Mr. Crosby are both free to go. Please be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a nice day.
Good morning,
You
Judge.
too, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. Good morning.
It's good seeing you. I am representing Luis Omana Escalana today, case number 4886G.
All right, sir.
Your Honor, I have already filed a waiver on this case. I've also asked for discovery. So I'm going to reach out to the prosecutor about obtaining that discovery. And that's all the business that we have before the court today.
All right, sir. I understand if Mr. Omana is on the screen, please contact your attorney to find out what the next options are. Otherwise, the waiver has been filed. Thank you very much for appearing. Good to see you. Happy New Year and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you. All right. Are there any other private attorneys I need to address?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Polanco, good morning, sir.
Good morning. I was recently retained by Oscar Cortez. He's present.
All right. And may I find out his last four numbers?
It's 4833H.
Position 80. And does Mr. Cortez need the assistance of an interpreter at the present time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Oscar Antonio Cortez, are you present, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cortez, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney and you're represented by Mr. Carlos Polanco. Mr. Polanco, this is a plea and arraignment calendar that is handled by the presiding judicial officers. If you plan to file an arraignment, we'll be glad to send you an email so that you can submit your written waiver of arraignment and your entry of appearance directly to the clerk's office. Otherwise, if you want to pre-try your case, you would need to wait until Mr. Don Henderson or the assigned ASG is present. Ms. Arnold, is that your case by any chance?
No, Your Honor, that is Mr. Henderson's case, I believe. He's still having problems logging on.
Okay. So what would you like to do, Mr. Polanco?
Judge, under the circumstances, we'll enter a plea of not guilty, waive formal reading of the accusation, and waive arraignment. If I could get that email to send a copy of the entry and the waiver, that would be good.
All right, just give us a minute. As soon as you see the email, All right. It will be from Katrina Lewis. As soon as you see that email, I'm going to make a note that you're filing your waiver of arraignment and entry of appearance, and you're going to send that directly to Katrina Lewis. Is there anything else, sir?
No, Your Honor, with that, may we be excused as soon as I get the email?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Mr. Cortez, please reach out to your attorney. He will advise you what the next steps are to be taken in your case. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other privately retained attorneys whom I need to address? Okay. Deputy, do we have, Mr. Howard, have you spoken to position number 13, Mr. Zhang? All right. Yes, do we have our Mandarin interpreter present, please? Our interpreter who is going to translate from English to Mandarin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr.
Present.
Chow. Yes. Good.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Deputy, may we bring in Mr. Zhang? Yeah. Does he speak any English? All right, Mr. Howard, do you have a screen open on right now? Okay, can you send a chat in your phone number to Mr. Chow? And he will call in to facilitate your conversation with Mr. Zhang. And then after that, we will have them both, no, this is going to take place outside. Yeah, it's going to take place outside. All right, Mr. Chow, if you
Yes.
look at your chat feature, Public Defense Attorney Derek Howard is going to send you a phone number. Okay?
Okay.
And if you could call their number, they're going to have you on speakerphone in a private area so that you can facilitate a conversation between the attorney and the client.
Okay, let me try to find it.
Are you familiar with the chat feature on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me
It's
see.
Yan Chao, CAO.
Yeah, I got his phone number, 44918.
Oh, don't, we don't have to announce it, please. Thank you.
Okay.
All
That's
right,
from
yes.
Derek Howard, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
Got
if you'd like to contact him, and then we were able to facilitate a conversation so that before Mr. Howard makes a decision. All right?
Call him right now, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
And please mute your screen, sir. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Oh, just call him up. He's going to call you. You can let him know. All right. Thank you. Okay, our next interpreter case is position 7. And that would be Mr. Nawaf Al-Saud. Nawaf Al-Saud.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do we have our Arabic interpreter? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. I see you. Ms. Hadid, do you solemnly swear and affirm that the translation you provide will be a true and accurate translation from English to Arabic and vice versa, with no changes or embellishments?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nawaf, your case number is 21 CR 0043278, in which you've been accused of simple battery domestic violence. Ms. Hadid?
اخ نواف ان الرقم القضيه تبعك هي قالت لك يا التهمه ضدك انه انت تعديت على احد.
And Mr. Assaud, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say during the course of this proceeding, your statements can and will be used against you.
لك حقيه انك ما تحكي شيء، اي شيء تحكيه يجوز يستعملوه ضدك بالمحكمه.
You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you can apply for the services of the Public Defender's Office. Otherwise, you can either hire an attorney or represent yourself.
إذا تريد محامي تقدر تقدم المحامي بدائرة الدفاع العام. إذا ما تريد أنت محامي أنت تقدر تمثل عن نفسك بالمحكمة.
What would you like to do?
شو تحب تسوي؟
أنا قدمت على محامي خاص بس إنه ما هو موجود. أنا أوريدي عرضت على محامي وسويت معك يعني لأنه هو صار محامي راح يمثلني ولكن ما حضر الآن.
I already hired an attorney to represent me, but he's not here right now to represent me.
Well, that's very inconvenient. What's his name or her name?
Otis Williams.
Spell it, please.
Tadja.
Yes. 1 second. O-D-I-S. This is the first name. His last name, Williams. W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S.
Is he aware of this hearing?
هل يعرف إنه اليوم الجلسة؟
أيوة أنا معلمه.
Yeah, I told him.
Why is he not here?
ليش ما إجا هنا اليوم؟
ما أدري صراحة حاولت أتواصل معه من بداية الكورت داي بس ما يرد.
I'm not sure why he's not here. I was trying to get a hold of him, but he did not answer.
All right. If he's not answering, Mr. Al-Sad, I'm going to arraign your case today. Please let Mr. Williams know that your case has been arraigned.
Okay. أنت قول للمحامي مالك إن اليوم راح أسوي الاستدعاء للقضية مالك. أنت خبره بهالحكي.
Arraign means that you're going. To arraign the case means you're going to file an announcement of not guilty, and your case will be scheduled for trial in the future.
الارينجمنت معناها انك انت راح تقول انك مو مذنب وبعدين راح يسوي لك سكجول ثاني بالمستقبل.
Okay, تمام.
All right. It is very important that you let him know that your case has been formally arraigned so that he may understand what he needs to file within the next few days.
كلش مهم انك تقول له انه اللي صار اليوم او على مود هو يعرف على مود يقدم الاوراق اللي محتاجها لقضيتك.
Okay, فهمت.
Mr. Nawaf Al-Saud, you've been accused of simple battery domestic violence in case number 21 CR 004327H.
انت اللي متهم انك معتدي على احد والقضيه مالك قالت لك رقم مالتها 21 CR 004327H.
The alleged offense date is August 18, 2021, allegedly in Fulton County, Georgia.
اللي الحادث صار بشهر الأغسطس 18/21 بصور قالت Fulton County, Georgia.
You are accused of a misdemeanor offense of simple battery domestic violence, of which you are presumed innocent until the case goes to trial and the state proves the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
انت الاتهام مالك انه هي جنحه اللي سويتها بالاعتداء، المحكمه تعتبرك انك بريء لحتى تروح للمحكمه وتثبت انك يعني تثبت هالشيء.
Do you want me to read the formal accusation brought against you, or do you waive a reading of the formal accusation?
هل تريدني اقرا كل الاشياء التهم اللي ضدك هسه قدامك لو تتنازل عن القرايه هذه؟
أتنازل.
I'll waive it, Your Honor.
All right. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for a trial in the future before the division judge.
إذا أنت قلت إنك مو مذنب، المحكمة راح تسوي يعني ترايل مالك المحكمة بالمستقبل قدام واحد حاكم.
That judge's name is Judge Wesley Taylor.
اسمه Wesley Taylor.
Please let your attorney know who the judge will be.
رجاء خبر المحامي مالك اسم الحاكم.
At the time of the trial, the state would have to prove that the state has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
بوقت المحكمة الولاية لازم تثبت بدون أي شك إنه القضية إنك متهم بالقضية لحتى إذا يريدون يثبتون إنك مذنب.
If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine.
The interpreter has a question, Your Honor. How many years did you say?
Up to 1 year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine.
Okay. إذا الولاية أثبتت إنك مذنب راح تكون الحكم مالك سنة بالسجن أو $1,000 غرامة.
Given this information, how do you plead?
حسب هسه عرفت المعلومات أنت ايش تدعي إنك مذنب لو مو مذنب؟
No guilty. غير مذنب.
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned. Please let your attorney know as soon as possible.
هسه القضية مالك يعني سوينا هذا الاستدعاء وقول للمحامي مالك بأقرب وقت ممكن.
Make sure that we have a good mailing address on you at all times.
اتأكد إنه العنوان مالك يكون مضبوط طول الوقت أنت هسه يعني بالقضية مالك.
And please continue to comply with the conditions of your bond.
ولازم تتبع الشروط اللي بالكفالة مالك.
Any further questions, Mr. Elsa?
عندك أي أسئلة بعد؟
لا.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go.
هسه تقدر تروح. Thank you, Your Honor. May I be?
Yes, Ms. Hadid. Thank you very much. You're free to go too. Be safe. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Elsa.
Thank you.
All right. I have a Spanish interpreter for position 113, and that is Mr. Yasser Perez Fuentes. Mr. Yasser Perez Fuentes, case number 21CR 004916C. Do we have?
Hola, hola. I'm here. Yes, my name is Yasser Fuentes.
Thank you, sir.
Yasser
Mr.
Fuentes.
Cedeno, good morning, sir. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you translate from English to Spanish and vice versa will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. And if we can inform Mr. Perez Fuentes that his case number is 21CR 004916C, in which he's accused of battery, domestic violence.
Señor Pérez, le queremos informar que su número de caso es el 21CR004916C. Usted está siendo acusado de violencia doméstica.
He has a right to remain silent about the facts of his case. Anything he says about the facts, the statements can and will be used against him.
Usted tiene el derecho a permanecer en silencio con respecto a cualquier detalle sobre su caso. Cualquier cosa que usted diga puede y será usada en su contra.
He has a right to an attorney. If he cannot afford one, he could apply for the services of the Public Defender's Office, or he can hire an attorney or represent himself.
Señor, usted tiene el derecho también a tener un abogado que lo represente en su caso. Si usted no tuviese los medios para contratar un abogado, el tribunal pudiese asignarle un abogado del pueblo si es que usted califica, pero también tiene usted el derecho a contratar a su propio abogado o a representarse a usted mismo.
How would you like to proceed attorney-wise?
¿Qué quiere hacer con respecto a lo del abogado?
A ver, no tengo ahora exactamente porque llevo poco tiempo en América, no puedo tener el abogado. A ver si me pueden asignar un abogado de oficio.
You know, I don't have an attorney right now. I've been in this country for not long and I don't have the means. So I was wondering if I can get an attorney assigned to me.
You will need to apply for the attorney services, and you will have to, let me see. Mr. Cedeno, you will need, I'm going to send, well, Mr. Howard is going to send you his phone number. And Mr. Fuentes, he needs to put his phone number in the chat as well.
Bien, señor Fuentes, si usted pudiese poner su número de teléfono ahí en el chat, nosotros podemos hacer una llamada con usted y el abogado para que llene la solicitud por teléfono.
Let me ask, Ms. Giddings, you are on the Zoom. Are you able to pre-qualify Mr. Fuentes for public defense services?
I can, Your Honor. We would just need to go to a breakout room.
I think that's okay. Mr. Sedeno, we're going to place the three of you in a breakout room. Mr. Fuentes will get a request to join a breakout room. And unfortunately, it will be in English.
Señor, la juez nos va a poner a todos en un cuarto virtual, es decir, a todos, a la abogada de la Defensoría del Pueblo y a usted y a mí para que ella le pueda llenar la aplicación y ver si califica. Entonces, cuando le llegue una invitación, por favor, acéptela para juntarse o unirse a la sala virtual.
Ahí pongo mi número de teléfono en el chat.
Do I still need to do my phone number in the chat?
No, we're just going to do the breakout with the three of you, with Public Defense Attorney, Ms. Samia Giddings.
Sí, no, señor, simplemente vamos a ponerlos a ustedes en el cuarto virtual junto a la señora Samia Giddings, que va a ser la abogada de oficio.
Ok, entiendo.
Okay.
All right, so please hold until you're placed in the breakout room. Mr. Jordan,
I got it.
Okay. The host is going to place the three of you. Okay.
What number on the calendar? I'm sorry, Your Honor. What number on the calendar is Mr. Fuentes?
113.
Okay.
Oh,
he's the one.
That interpreter case.
I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah, they have to accept it.
All right. Dawn, I don't know if Mr. Henderson has joined in yet. Ms.
Yeah,
McCut-
he's on now. I'm getting ready to put him down.
Oh.
Judge, I received a chat that seems that he is having some difficulty logging on. We are content to wait. I mean, my understanding is we could be here all day, and I was like, okay, I understand.
Let's see now.
He just got on.
Mr. Don Henderson? Mr. Don Henderson?
I'm trying, Judge.
There he is. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Welcome sight.
22nd time's a charm, Judge. I'm finally in.
Well, we have Miss Dawn Davis, who's very eager to speak to you. May I place you in a breakout room with her?
Sure, thank you.
All right. Ms. Lewis, if we can place Ms. Dawn Davis and Mr. Don Henderson in another breakout room. All right. I have one other interpreter case. Do I have any private attorneys who've just joined the Zoom conference? All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not filled out an application, if you're not represented by an attorney, but you want the services of a public defender's office, please look at the chat feature. It's got the information on how to reach out to the public defense office to get a email to fill out an application to see if you qualify for their services. And if you qualify for their services, then they will represent you. If you do not qualify for their services, then your case will be arraigned today and you would need to hire a private attorney or take matters into your own hand, which means representing yourself. So, all right.
Your Honor, this is Beth Jeffrey. I just joined for Brianne Melhouse.
Could I have the last four numbers of your case, please?
4835.
Thank you.
She has actually already waived arraignment in this matter. May we be excused?
4835 has filed a waiver of arraignment. Can please just confirm that Mr. Gudice has filed his entry of appearance. Are you with Mr. Gudice's office?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please, we just want to confirm that. He did. He did? All right, you're all set. Thank you. You're free to go.
And Ms. Jeffrey, I had put the info in the chat, Ms. Jeffrey. I don't think you saw it. Good morning.
I just caught it right after it started.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we
Excuse
have
me.
some folks, just Ms. Drew, please mute your screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some people here in person who are outside the courtroom who are waiting to be pre-qualified with the Public Defender's Office. So I'm going to try to address as many people as I can on the Zoom at the present time. Like I said, it would be good if you have your name on the Zoom conference. Okay, Willie Thomas. Willie Thomas.
Yes, Judge.
Are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Have you applied for the public defender's office?
No, I haven't.
All right, and do you plan to?
The case is a misdemeanor. It's misdemeanor, simple battery, Judge, Your Honor. I don't think all that was necessary.
All right, Mr. Thomas, first of all, may I have the last four numbers of your case?
Yes, Judge. It's
20? Okay, I got
4934.
4934.
Ms. Watson on your way.
4934.
It's position 122.
115. Okay.
122.
122?
Yes, Willie Thomas.
Let me see.
122.
122. Case number 21 CR 004934G.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Willie Thomas, you're represented by conflict counsel, Ms. Watson Cafe. Did you know that?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking to an attorney at the jail, Ms. Watson Cafe?
Ma'am, I was just my PTSD, I was just so riled up, ma'am. I don't remember too much on that day.
Okay.
But
just 1 second. Ms. Lewis, do we have Ms. Watson Cafe entry appearance?
Yeah, she found it all. She did
Okay.
everything.
Mr. Lewis, Mr. Willie Thomas, if you can give us your email in the chat feature.
ma'am, I don't know how to do all that. For this, I don't know how
What is your email?
WillieThomas67@gmail.com.
That's WILLIE Thomas 67 at gmail.com. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We're going to email you a copy of the documents that were filed by your attorney. It's got her office, her email, and her phone number on it. Understood?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And she has filed a waiver of arraignment. That means she has filed an entry of not guilty on your behalf. And your case will be scheduled for trial before the division judge.
Okay.
Please reach out to her to find out what are the next steps to take in your case.
Okay. What's her name? What's her name again?
We will send you in the email.
What's the attorney's name again, Judge?
Ayana Watson Cafe, CAFFE. And we will send it to you in your email that you just provided us.
Okay.
All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Siontre Drew with a really pink ceiling.
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right. Do you have better lighting in your room? Okay, there you go. That's good. All right, Miss Drew, what are the last four numbers of your case?
I do not know. Is it on the letter that you sent? Because it's upstairs.
Yes.
Can I go get it right quick?
All right, you need to find the last four numbers and also before you leave, are you represented by the public defender's office? Do you know?
I mean, I sent my letter I sent my Gmail. I gave her my Gmail yesterday when she called me, but she didn't.
Okay, so it's not been confirmed. You need to look at the chat feature.
I did it again.
All right, then you need to wait till the PDs confirm that you're represented, okay?
Okay.
All right, and please mute your screen. I can't talk to you until I know whether the PD's office is going to represent you. Rashona Lights, Lytes. Rashona Lights, Lytes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. What's the last four numbers of your case?
4912.
And Ms. Lights, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in your open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. How would you like to proceed with your attorney?
I'll be representing myself today.
You're representing yourself. If you choose to represent yourself, you understand that you would be charged with the responsibility of understanding how the law legally applies to your case and how it impacts the specific facts of your case. You would also have to understand how the law applies to your present situation and how it may apply to other factors such as residency, your ability to apply for professional licenses, or if you have other open cases. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you still prepared to waive your right to counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Roshana Lights, who is the prosecutor in this case? Ms. Arnold?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. She's 109. All right, Ms. Arnold, this is position 109. Ms. Lights, this is a plea and arraignment calendar. This is a calendar in which if you decide to plead not guilty, the case will then be scheduled for trial in the future before the division judge. I will arraign your case today. That means I will accept your entry of a not guilty. And you can either choose to represent yourself and be prepared for trial in the future, or you have a very short time period to hire an attorney who will then file all the necessary paperwork to get discovery, preserve your rights, file any motions to dismiss and so forth within the next 10 days. Are you prepared to be arraigned today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Arnold, is there a possibility this case qualifies for pretrial diversion or anything to that effect?
Your Honor, let me take a look.
Your Honor, at this time, based on the nature of the charges, it would not qualify for
Okay.
diversion today.
Is there a plea offer for Ms. Lights today?
There is not, Your Honor.
Okay. So Ms. Lights, they are not offering you a plea offer or a pretrial diversion. So I will accept your not guilty plea. Do you want me to waive a reading? In other words, not read the formal accusation in open court, or would you like me to read the accusations?
You don't have to read it, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Roshana Lights, in this case, you are accused of battery, domestic violence, and criminal trespass, domestic violence, allegedly occurring on September 15, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. These are misdemeanor charges, and you are legally presumed innocent of these charges until the case goes to trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails and carries its burden, then you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a sentencing of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned and it's going to be further noticed for trial. If you're unfamiliar with the law, I highly recommend that you use the next couple of days to hire an attorney, let him or her know that your case has been formally arraigned and that he or she needs to file all the necessary documents within the next 10 days, starting from today. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck with the case. You're free to go. Victor Brown. Yeah. Victor Brown. Please unmute and I need to see over your screen. Victor Brown is position 46.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, lower your phone so we can see your face.
Hold on for 1 second.
Mr. Brown, your case number is 21 CR 004 7488 for traffic offenses from September 7, 2021. The prosecutor has submitted a request to notice of intent not to prosecute, so it's been granted. This case is no longer active. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Is anyone here for a Canty, C-A-N-T-Y, position 65 and 68? Is anyone here for a Canty, C-A-N-T-Y, Jeffrey Canty, position 65 and 68? All right, Ms. McCutcheon or Ms. Arnold, 65 and 68 have been null crossed due to the fact that I've been informed that the defendant is deceased. All right?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. Mhm.
Ashley Alexander. Ashley Alexander. Miss
Hello,
Alexander?
yes.
Hello, yes. Miss Alexander, may I have the last four numbers of your case?
It's
63, got it. 21 CR 004-781C, Miss
Yes.
Ashley Micah Alexander, accused of
Mika.
battery, domestic violence.
Yes.
You have the right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. How are you proceeding counsel-wise?
I sent my application to a public defender.
Okay, have you received confirmation yet?
Well, the only confirmation I received was that they got it and they would be calling me.
Okay, so please hold until they call you to confirm their representation.
Of
Thank
course.
you. Kervin Fleming, are you waiting on an application confirmation from the Public Defender's Office? I can't hear you, Mr. Fleming.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and what's your case number?
The whole case number or the last four?
Just the last four numbers.
4763.
That's position 59. All right, sir, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Cedeno,
Yes, Your Honor. Hi.
all right. Has Ms. Gidding and Mr. Fuentes?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Fuentes will not qualify for the public defender's office.
All right, thank you.
Señor Fuentes, is he back?
I don't think he's back. He was having trouble leaving the breakout room.
He should be in the
so
main session now.
he should be in the main session now.
Señor Perez Fuentes?
Sí.
Señor
All
Fuentes.
right, good. Thank you.
There he is.
La señora Guinza estaba diciendo al juez que usted no califica para los servicios.
Okay.
So, Mr. Perez Fuentes, you would need to retain your own counsel, or you can choose to represent yourself. If you choose to represent yourself, you would be responsible for understanding how the law applies to the particular facts of your case.
Señor, usted, como no califica para el abogado, pues es su responsabilidad contratar su propio abogado, o también tiene la opción de representarse usted mismo, es decir, de autorrepresentarse. Sin embargo, si usted se autorrepresenta, usted es responsable por saber o tener conocimiento de la ley y cómo la ley aplica para sus casos específicos o para los hechos específicos de su caso.
How would you like to proceed?
¿Cómo quisiera proceder?
A ver, como ya le dije anteriormente, yo haré lo posible entonces por buscar un abogado.
Well, as I said before, I'll try my best to retain an attorney.
All right. At the present time, I'm going to arraign the case. In other words, I'm going to accept his not guilty plea and have the case scheduled for trial.
Bien, entonces en este momento, señor, yo le voy a leer oficialmente su acusación, lo voy a marcar que usted se ha declarado inocente y lo voy a poner en el calendario de juicios.
Once this is completed, he has 10 days to hire an attorney so that he or she may file all the necessary paperwork within the next 10 days counting from today.
Entonces, lo que va a pasar es que usted tiene que entablar cierta documentación en 10 días, es decir, su abogado, y tendría 10 días a partir de la fecha de hoy para poder entablar los documentos necesarios con el tribunal. Y se cuenta a partir de hoy.
Time is of the essence, so it's very important that he hires an attorney as soon as possible.
El tiempo aquí es esencial y primordial, así que es importante que contrate a un abogado lo más pronto posible.
Does he want me to read the formal accusation in open court, or does he want to waive his right to the reading of the accusations?
Señor, ¿usted quiere que la juez le lea a usted en el tribunal abierto de que se lo está acusando o prefiere renunciar al derecho a escuchar las acusaciones que penden en su contra?
A verle, pero el tribunal en el juicio es abierto, es decir, va mi esposa, no sé cómo es, va mi esposa, el abogado de mi esposa, o tengo que ir yo solamente.
So during the trial, Your Honor, is that an open trial? Will my wife will have to come with her attorney, and will I have to come with my attorney, or how does that work?
That is correct.
Eso es correcto.
Pero ella no tiene un abogado, es decir, ella no quiere testificar en contra mía. Nosotros estamos bien actualmente. Ella en sí lo que quiere es retirar los cargos si se pudiera.
But she doesn't have an attorney because she doesn't want to testify against me. She wants to drop the charges because things are good between us and she just wants to drop the charges.
I think he's
She wants-
asking, Your Honor, for you to read formal arraignment. Does she have to be present for you to do that? I don't think he understands when you just ask, do you want me to read the charges for you?
I understand, Ms. Giddings. Mr. Fuentes, that is something that the decision to prosecute you on this charge will be entirely up to the prosecutor, and she will need to reach out to the prosecutor. In the meantime, go ahead, Mr. Sedano.
Señor, en este momento, pues la decisión de llevar el caso adelante depende del fiscal. Entonces, el fiscal sería la persona que tendría que comunicarse con ella para ver qué decisión va a tomar con respecto al caso.
Bueno, actualmente nosotros vivimos juntos. Después que pasó el incidente, nosotros estamos bien. Eso fue algo que pasó, algo momentáneo que pasó. Pero nosotros normalmente llevamos 4 años casados.
Well, we live together, Your Honor, right now. Ever since the incident happened, we're doing really well because we live together. We've been married for 4 years.
Well, that's good news, except this is still an open active case against you. You have the right to have no further violent contact with her, so you can live together. But that does not exclude the prosecutor's right to pursue this case to trial.
Bien, señor, eso es muy bueno, que estén las cosas bien. Usted tiene el derecho a tener contacto siempre y cuando no sea contacto violento, lo cual quiere decir que usted puede vivir con ella, pero esto no excluye el derecho que tiene la fiscalía de enjuiciar su caso.
So in the meantime, like I said, do you want me to read the accusation or do you waive the reading of the accusation?
Entonces, en este momento, señor, ¿usted quiere que yo le lea la acusación formal o quiere usted renunciar al derecho a que le lea la acusación formal? Es lo que quiero saber.
Sí, es bueno, está bien poder leer la acusación formal, pero tengo una preguntita.
Yes, Your Honor, it's okay if you want to arraign me, but I also have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, ¿cuál es la pregunta?
A ver, yo necesito, porque solamente tengo 6 meses aquí en Estados Unidos, a ver si me pueden dar un poco más de tiempo, a ver si yo hago un poco más de dinero para acudir a un abogado, porque ahora mismo no estoy preparado para pagarle a un abogado.
So I was wondering if you can have more time, Your Honor. I have been in the country for 6 months, and I feel that I need more time to try to save up some money, more money to be able to afford and to pay an attorney.
Denied.
Es negado.
Bueno, está bien. Gracias, Obed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Perez Fuentes, you are accused of battery, domestic violence. You waived a reading of the accusation.
Bien, señor, usted está siendo acusado de violencia doméstica. ¿Usted quiere renunciar a la lectura de toda la acusación?
This is a misdemeanor offense allegedly occurring on August 20th, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia.
Esto es una acusación que se llevó a efecto un incidente que ocurrió el 20 de agosto de 2021 en el condado de Fulton, en el estado de Georgia.
On your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial.
Una vez que usted ponga su alegato de inocencia, su caso va a ser programado para un juicio.
At the time of trial, the prosecutor has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Durante el juicio y el proceso, la fiscalía tiene la obligación de probar que usted es culpable más allá de toda duda razonable.
If the prosecutor succeeds, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine.
Si ellos logran con éxito probar su caso y usted es sentenciado, usted estaría posiblemente encarando una sentencia máxima de 1 año en la cárcel y o $1,000 de multa.
Given this, if you are convicted, given this information, how do you plead?
Entonces, basado en esta información, señor, ¿cómo se declara?
Lo que pasó, yo me declaro inocente, porque lo que pasó fue en un momento donde al final los dos tuvimos la culpa de lo que sucedió.
Your Honor, not guilty, because what happened, it just happened all of a sudden, and we were both guilty.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sedano, you broke up. What was that response?
Sorry, Your Honor. Not guilty.
I'm going to have to break in here, Your Honor, and tell Mr. Fuentes part of that response. He needs to exercise his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and he just stick with the not guilty. He's getting a little bit too far afield here.
Señor, la abogada le va a decir ahora de que parte de esa información es mejor no decirla porque puede ser utilizada en su contra. Entonces va a pedir que simplemente se escuche la parte o que se considere la parte donde usted se declara inocente y dejar las cosas hasta allí por ahora.
Ok, perfecto, está bien.
Okay, fine.
I accept this not guilty plea. The case has been arraigned as further notice for trial. Please hire an attorney as soon as possible. As you can see, having an attorney is very, very beneficial for him.
Bien, entonces yo voy a poner aquí de que usted se ha declarado inocente y voy a transferir el caso para el calendario de juicios. Entonces, por ahora le recomiendo que usted contrate un abogado lo más pronto posible. Como usted ya se ha podido dar cuenta, tener un abogado es esencial en el proceso judicial.
Ok, está bien.
Okay.
Thank you. He's free to go.
Gracias.
Señor. Se puede ir.
Gracias.
Your Honor, that was
Yes,
also,
Mr. Sedano? I think that was the only case.
okay, because I was told also Espinosa, and I think you called that case right before I went into the breakout room. It's Edward Espinosa. Case 21 CR 005028.
5028?
5028. A.
Let me just make sure. 5028? I don't have a 5028.
Okay.
Is there a Mr. Espinosa on the screen?
¿Hay un señor Espinosa en la pantalla?
No, I don't have one.
Okay, well, may I excuse Your Honor?
Yes,
I'll be
Mrs.
able, if something comes up, I should be able
All
to.
right, we know where to find you. Thank you, Marcelo.
Thank you.
Take care.
You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Okay, I have Miss Dawn Davis and Mr. Henderson. Anything to report?
Your Honor, we pre-tried the case. We were trying to work out some kind of a deal, but in the meantime, she has a condition on her driver's license or on her bond of no driving. We would
yep.
consent to that becoming no driving without a valid permit from DDS.
Okay. Ms. Davis, if you'd like to redraft the modified bond order, anything else that we are seeking modification, or was that just it?
We would just ask that she, in her interactions with pretrial, she be required to keep them up to date on her attendance at meetings and treatment, and that she also be subject to random screens for drugs.
All right. Ms. Davis, any objection?
No, Your Honor. She is fully committed to recovery and has been in a program called The Connection. She has a sponsor. She repeatedly goes to AA, and she's been riding her bike and walking there when she can't find someone who will give her a ride to the meeting, which is very, very frequently. She's taking it tremendously seriously. And so we would like to modify that condition of bond. Again, there was no ALS repercussions, so the license was not suspended for that whatsoever. And then we will continue to negotiate on this case to see if we can work something out, Your Honor.
Okay, sounds good. Please submit the proposed modified bond order, and you can email that directly to Katrina Lewis, CATRINA.Lewis, LEWIS @FultonCountyGA.gov. Miss, and it's in the chat as well. Ms. Fitzsimmons, once the order is entered, you will be permitted to operate a motor vehicle as long as you have the appropriate driving privileges by the Department of Driver Services. And that's something your attorney will explain to you. Your attorney will also explain to you with regards to random screening by pretrial services and the what you would need to show proof to pretrial in order to continue being on bond. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fitzsimmons. You're free to go. Ms. Davis, anything else?
No, Your Honor, I'll be working on that proposed modification of conditions of bond and emailing that to Katrina Lewis.
Excellent. Thank you. Good to see you. You be safe.
Good to see you,
Thank
Your Honor.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you.
All right. I think Mr. Howard is still conferring with Mr. Chow. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, just email her and let her know. Please also submit her waiver. Okay. I am going to move on to William Womack.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Womack, you have a right to, can I have the last four numbers of your case?
4892 golf.
Okay, position 103, William Henry Womack. So you have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case in 21 CR 0048892G. And are you represented by counsel or have you applied for the public defender's office?
I applied last Tuesday and I received the email saying that the application was received and forwarded to the attorney assigned to your judge. You will be updated with your status soon.
Okay.
And I have not had any further correspondence since.
All right,
that
Mr. Womack,
email.
your audio is coming in very, very difficult and I can barely understand you, but it appears that you did submit an application and it's being reviewed and you've not heard back from the public defender's office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please resubmit whatever application you
Yes,
did
ma'am.
to that same email and hopefully
That
they
is
will respond to you
correct.
this morning. Okay, so we are going to hold on your comment. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand that if
Okay.
you are waiting for the public defender's office to confirm whether they can represent you, I cannot address that case until they send you that confirmation. Gloria Carr, what's the announcement on council? Ms. Carr, you need to unmute and let me know.
I was trying, sorry about that. I do not have counsel, I'll be representing myself.
All right, and what's the last four numbers of your case?
4704.
Position 41. Ms. Gloria Michelle Carr, case number 21 CR 004-704J. Ms. Carr, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you choose to represent yourself and waive your right to counsel, you will be responsible for understanding the law, the criminal procedure, and how they apply to your personal situation and the facts of your case. So are you prepared to waive your right to counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
And how, and are you planning to enter a not guilty plea today?
No, it happened with my husband and I. That's a fact, so guilty, I suppose.
Who is the prosecutor in this case? I'm
I
sorry.
have no idea.
That's my case, Your Honor.
All right. Do we have a plea offer on the table?
Judge, I don't have a plea offer, but if Ms. Carr wants to represent herself, then I will review the case very quickly this morning and look at her history, and I will be able to provide a plea offer to her.
Ms. Carr, is that what you were planning to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please hold. And this is going to be for a possible plea.
Okay.
Please mute your screen. Thank you. I have, again, folks, if I don't see your name on the screen, I will not know who to call. I see a ceiling with the name 584U9, so I have no idea who that is. But Alan Carr, are you ready?
Judge, I was only here in support of the previous case with Ms. Carr, and which is being handled by Ms. McCutcheons.
Okay, all right, sir, please hold then.
Thanks.
Rashida Irving? All right, Ms. Irving, are you waiting for public defense to qualify you for services, or how are you proceeding counsel-wise?
I'm going to have to represent myself. They already said I couldn't get services.
May I have the last four numbers of your case?
Hold on one second. 4829.
That's position 78, case number 21 CR 004829C. Ms. Rashida Shani Irving is accused of simple battery domestic violence from February 2nd, 2020. And Ms. Irving, if you plan to enter a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. You have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to represent yourself, understanding, of course, that you would be responsible for how the law and criminal procedures apply to your personal situation and the facts of your case. Are you prepared to enter a not guilty plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you want me to read your accusation, or do you waive a reading of the formal accusation against you?
Waive.
And Ms. Irving, you are accused of simple battery domestic violence allegedly occurring in Fulton County on February 2nd, 2020. If you want to enter a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial before the assigned judge. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt and overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right. Your case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. You have 10 days from today to file your necessary demand for discovery and all other appropriate motions. If you choose to do it through counsel, time is of the essence. You have a very short time period to retain counsel so that he or she may file all the necessary paperwork. Understood?
Yes, Shauna, can I ask one question? Is it 10 business days or is it 10 days?
10 days.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Good luck, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Amir Colquitt Spivey. Amir Colquitt Spivey.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Spivey, are you waiting for the public defender's office, or are you representing yourself, or do you have counsel?
Yes, ma'am. Just to run you through when
I gave you 3 options. You can't be yes to all of them. It's either one of them.
I'm
Which one
waiting
is it?
I'm waiting for them to reply back.
All right.
For-
So, and what's the last 4 numbers of your case? Ladies and gentlemen, please have your case
48.
number ready.
4825.
25. Okay, that is position number 75. And you're waiting for counsel to confirm. Thank you. Can you please mute your screen? Denzel Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Brown, how are you proceeding counsel-wise?
I just sent the application and I just got an email saying good morning and telling me my case number. It's from Arraignment N. Davis. So I don't know. I'm still trying to read it right now.
Are you a defendant or a victim?
I'm a defendant.
All right, and what's the last 4 numbers of your case?
The last 4 numbers are 4687.
He is position 29, Denzel Tyrell Brown, accused of battery domestic violence. So does the email confirm that the public defender's office is representing you?
It doesn't say yes or no. It just says my case number and it says thank you.
All right, so they're still reviewing your application. So you're gonna have to wait until we get confirmation. Thank you.
Okay.
Alexia Esteves. Alexia Esteves.
Hi, Your Honor, I'm a
Esteves?
witness.
All right, then please mute your screen. Thank you. Michelle Favors.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Favors, are you a defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what's the last four numbers of your case?
4828G.
And are you represented by counsel or public defender's office?
Don't know.
All right. Miss Michelle LaShawn Favors, you are represented by attorney Dennis Murphy.
Yeah, that's his name. That's who I talked to when I was out.
And
Yes.
he has filed an entry of not guilty on your behalf. So your case is going to be scheduled for trial.
Okay. My affidavit has been signed for that case too.
Please reach out to Mr. Murphy and he will let you know what's the next step to take in your case.
Dennis Murphy?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm dismissed?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Shartia Banks. Shartia Banks. Do you have
Cherie
someone
Banks,
called?
yes.
All right, Cherie Banks. Yeah, I'll be with you shortly. Someone's called Phoenix 2.0. Please rename your screen to your legal name. Screen 584U9. Please rename your screen to your legal name. All right, Ms. Banks, how are you proceeding counsel-wise?
I wanted to obtain an attorney.
Have you applied with the public defender's office?
Yes, ma'am. I have to get my own attorney.
All right. And Ms. Banks, what's the last four numbers of your case?
4832.
That's position 79. Ms. Cherie Banks, you will have 10 days to retain your counsel in order to make sure that all the necessary paperwork is filed. In the meantime, I will accept your not guilty plea. Do you want me to read the accusation?
No, ma'am.
Your case is 21 CR 004832B, State versus Banks, accused of battery, domestic violence, allegedly on September 12, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. You have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and you, as I've indicated, since you do not qualify, you need to retain counsel within the next 10 days in order to meet the 10-day deadline to file all the necessary paperwork, including the demand for discovery. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial, and the prosecutor would have the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt at the time of trial. If the state succeeds, you could be found guilty and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Am I able to plead NOLO?
If you decide to plead NOLO and I do not have a plea recommendation, your sentence will be 12 months jail. So at the present time, I would not recommend entering anything but a not guilty plea until you've had a moment to confer with counsel.
Okay, not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned. As I said, time is of the essence. Please retain counsel within the next couple of days so that all motions and demands may be filed by the 10th day deadline. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope Edwards. I can't hear you.
Hello.
Hope Edwards.
Yes.
Could you start your video, please? All right. Miss Edwards, are you a victim or a defendant?
I'm a victim.
All right. Please mute your screen until your case is called.
Well, you already called Willie Thomas.
Okay, then I need to wait for public defense attorney to respond back to Mr. Thomas. Thank you. You can mute your screen. Jarrell Wright.
Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I do apologize for interrupting, but I have Miss Edwards Hope as position 119.
Ms.
It
Edwards,
looks like
I'm
they-
sorry, Katrina, I didn't hear
It's
you.
okay.
Sorry, 119. Miss Edwards Hope is a defendant, not a victim.
They're cross defendants with Willie Thomas.
All right. Let me see if Ms. Edwards is represented by conflict. 119. I'm sorry, Katrina.
That's okay.
119. Okay. And they are cross defendants?
Yes, it looks like it was a dual arrest from September 16th for
Oh.
battery, family violence.
One of them had to have been represented by conflict, so. Oh dear, okay. Ms. Hope Edwards, you are a defendant in this particular case, 21 CR 004-929Y. Looks like you were arrested at the same time as Willie Thomas. Is that the correct assessment?
Yes.
All right. Your case number is 21 CR 004-929Y. Have you consulted with an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Who was your attorney at the jail?
I have the slightest idea.
Who did you speak to at the jail?
Ma'am, I don't even remember speaking to anyone at the jail besides pretrial. That's it.
All right. 119, have you applied for the public defender's office?
Are you talking to me, ma'am?
Yes,
No,
Ms.
ma'am.
Edwards.
No.
Have you read the chat feature?
Yes, I did. And I sent my email and I haven't gotten anything.
All right, please wait until the public defender's office responds to your email. Thank you. Please mute your screen.
Ma'am?
Mute your screen. We need to wait until the public defender's office responds to your email. Thank you. Mr. Chow, our Mandarin language interpreter, please appear. Mr. Chow, if you're present. Mr. Zhang, are you present? Mr. Zhang's present. Okay, he knows that. Okay.
Excuse me,
Mr.
Your Honor, I
Chow?
thought you called Mr. White.
Yep, you're on deck. Please hold. Our Mandarin interpreter, Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow, please unmute your screen, sir.
Hi, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chow, Public Defense Attorney, Mr. Howard, has informed me that on position number 13, K-State versus Zhang, Z-H-A-N-G, that the Public Defender's Office will represent Mr. Zhang and they will file a waiver of arraignment. So that case is concluded now.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jarrell Wright, how are you proceeding, sir? Counsel-wise, attorney-wise?
I'm not aware
What are you not aware?
of the attorney and all that. I just got the letter in the mail saying I just need to do this court.
Do you qualify for their services?
I'm not sure.
Have you read
I
the
mean,
chat feature?
that pops up, the little
Yes,
thing that,
about reaching out to the public defender's office?
yes, I seen it, but I don't know how to go about that. I don't know what to do.
All
This is my
right.
first time.
We are located at 160 Prior Street. You need to start driving in that vehicle in which you're seated and come down here so you can apply for the public defender's office. If you choose not to be represented by the public defender's office, you have 10 days to hire an attorney and file the necessary documents, or you can choose to represent yourself. How would you like to proceed?
I guess I'll get a attorney. I mean, is this about my license, correct?
What is your case number? The last four numbers.
It's 4621Y.
Position 15, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jarrell Wright is accused of battery, domestic violence in case number 21 CR 004621Y. Mr. Wright, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and if you fill out the application for the public defender's office, as we have been announcing repeatedly since the beginning of this calendar, you will be way ahead of the game. Did you pay attention?
Yes, ma'am. I was seeing it, but I mean, I don't know how I supposed to do it. Do I supposed to click it when it pop up?
If you don't know how to do that, you need to come down to 160 Prior Street right now and apply for it in person. Will you be able to get here in 30 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Where's that located?
It's 160 Prior Street, courtroom G33. You need to enter the facility through 136 Prior Street.
136 Prior Street. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll see you in half an hour. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Willie Thomas. Mr. Willie Thomas.
Your Honor, Mr. Thomas, I believe the court dealt with Mr. Thomas's case. He was represented by Ms. Cafe.
Oh, okay, so he's gone. All right, good. Okay, moving on. Pamela Noel. Pamela Noel.
I'll pull it back up.
No.
I'm here.
All right, good. Maybe you please start your
Sorry.
video.
Oh my God. Yes.
All right. And Ms. Noel, what's the last four numbers of your case?
4883F.
Position 96. And I have a Joe Thomas Noel.
Yes, it's my son.
All right, let's switch seats then.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, you have to switch seats.
All right, Joe Thomas Noel, your case number is 21 CR 004883F. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you've applied for the public defender's office, have they approved your application?
No.
No.
Have you applied?
Yes, we just
Okay.
did.
You just did. Okay, so position 96, we are waiting on Mr. Howard then to approve your application. All right, Mr. Noel, once it's approved, then we can proceed with your case. Please hold. Victor Perkins.
It's the video.
Victor Perkins. Mr. Perkins, please unmute your screen and let me know if you've applied for the public defender's office.
I
if that's-
applied for it, but I'm waiting for.
When
a
did you
response.
apply?
Just now, they just gave us the information.
All right, and what's the last four numbers of your case?
4873.
4873.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. He is position 92. He did qualify. Mr. Perkins, I left a voicemail for you,
Oh, okay.
seeing how you wanted to proceed with your case today, but I hadn't heard anything back.
Oh yeah, I was on this Zoom call, so I ain't, I can't check I ain't want to check my voicemail waiting for my name.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So you want me to check it or something now, or what?
All right, Mr. Perkins, please check your email, and Ms. Whitfield, please we'll get back to it as soon as both of you have discussed it, either through phone or through email. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Perkins, I'll give you a call right now. You can log off, and if you need to log back on, you can.
All right.
Are you planning to file a waiver, Ms. Whitfield?
That's the plan. I just need to confirm that with Mr.
Well, that's
Perkins.
cool.
Okay, so we're going to hold on that.
Oh, would you like to go ahead and file a waiver? Have me file a waiver, Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, that's the best thing. Yes.
Okay, yes, I can go ahead and do that. So we'll just be filing a waiver, Judge.
All right, we're filing a waiver of arraignment. The case is further notice for trial. Mr. Perkins, please keep in touch with your attorney pursuant to the email you just got, and we will see you in the future for trial. Thank you.
All right.
You're free to go. Colin Bakua? F-E-Q-U-A.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Colin Feque.
Feque, okay. And Mr. Feque, what's the last four numbers of your case?
It is 4759F.
And how would you like, are you represented by the Public Defender's Office?
I just in the beginning of this at 9 o'clock when you put the stuff in the chat, I had applied, and I'm waiting, I guess, because it just says your application has been received and was forwarded to the attorney assigned to your judge. You will be updated with your status soon. Thank you.
All right, so we are waiting on to see whether the Public Defender's Office will represent you.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have a question.
Just one second. All right, Mr. Feque, until the Public Defender's Office responds to you, I'll get back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Brandon Hill.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My case number is 4915. I already spoke to the Public Defender's Office. They said I did not qualify. So I guess I'll be representing myself today.
Position 1112. 112? Okay. All right, Mr. Brandon Hill, your case is 21 CR 004915E, and you do have a right to counsel, but if you choose to waive your right to counsel, you would need to understand how the criminal procedure and the law applies to the facts of your case. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, your case will be scheduled for trial. 10 days from today, you have a very short time period to retain counsel so that he or she can file all the necessary paperwork within the next 10 days. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. Please hire one as soon as possible. In the meantime, do you want me to read your accusation, or do you waive the reading of the accusations? I'm sorry?
I'd rather waive it.
Okay. Brandon Hill is accused of 1, 2, 3 misdemeanor offenses arising from a traffic incident from September 15, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Driving with an expired or no license, no insurance, and willful obstruction of an officer. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, your case will be scheduled for trial, at which time the state would then have the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt and overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails at trial, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned. Please hire an attorney as soon as possible. The clock is ticking on this one.
Okay,
Understood.
thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You're free to go. Mr. Willie Thomas, your attorney has filed a waiver of arraignment and entered a plea of not guilty, so your case will be scheduled for trial. You're free to go. Okay. All right, the gentleman still with 584U9, you need to put your name on the screen so that we'll know who to call. Martin Davis? Look at your screen. Look what your name is on the lower left-hand corner.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Change the name on your screen.
I don't know how, ma'am.
Go to, what's your name?
Mark Stanford.
Okay. March Stanford. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please mute your screen. Mr. Davis, what's your last four numbers of your case?
0172.
Repeat that.
0172.
56, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Martin Urel Davis is accused of simple battery in 21 CR 004760G. Mr. Davis, have you applied for the Public Defender's Office?
I haven't heard back, but I doubt I'll qualify.
So how would you like to proceed?
I'll proceed on my own.
If I hear back from them, I will. I'll just talk to them when I do. And I'd like to set a plea of not guilty.
All right, Mr. Davis, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney based on your announcement. I'm assuming that if you qualify for the public defender's office, hopefully you'll hear from them today. Otherwise, today I'm going to arraign your case and you would need to retain your own counsel within the next couple of days because they need to file all the necessary demands and motions by the 10th day from today. Understood?
Understood.
You are accused of simple battery allegedly occurring on September 7th, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you like me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
I'll waive a reading of the accusation.
Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case would be scheduled for trial, at which time the state would have the burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
I plead not guilty. I do have a question. Is there an option for pretrial?
This case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. Please reach out to the solicitor's office to see if you qualify for pretrial diversion. And if not, please make sure your attorney files all the necessary paperwork before the 10th day.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. All right, I have a bunch of screens of individuals who have no video started, so I have no idea who to call. Barrett Jerome Hughes. Mr. Hughes? Can't hear you.
Sorry, my microphone was off. I apologize.
What's your last four numbers of your case?
It is, sorry, 2 seconds. It is 44690.
Position 31. And Mr. Hughes, have you applied for the public defender's office?
I did, but I can't fill that out right now. I had a question. I wanted to know if there's somebody that I could talk to, like, as of right now, or would I have to go through?
You need to come down to 160 Prior Street in courtroom G33. And we have the public defense attorney present with whom you can speak.
Yeah, so with my case, I
Would you
can't
be here
drive.
by 11:15 a.m.?
I can't.
So you need to fill out the application? Or
Yes.
you can hold until someone's available to speak to you.
Excuse me, could I represent myself?
All right, Mr. Hughes, please mute your screen.
Can I go ahead and plead guilty?
Your Honor, if Mr. Hughes wants to plead guilty, I would just want to make the defendant aware and the court aware that this would be a 2nd and 10 offense. And so therefore the state would be making the statutory required plea recommendation to the court, which would involve some time in jail.
All right, so we are addressing case number 21 CR 004690G, State versus Barrett Jerome Hughes. Mr. Hughes is presently appearing self-represented. He has indicated a disinclination to wait and speak to the public defender's office. He has a right to remain silent. Anything he says about the facts of his case, his statements can and will be used against him. He has a right to an attorney. He can apply for a public defender's office to preserve his rights and his and not incriminate himself. Mr. Hughes, do you want to waive your right to counsel and proceed, or do you want to wait till the public defender's office can qualify you?
Can I not guilty? Not guilty. Can I plead not guilty?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so are you representing yourself now, or are you waiting on the public defender's office?
Waiting on a public defendant.
All right. So do you have, well, you still need to come down and speak to the public defender's office unless you fill out the application.
I'll figure out how to, because I have the app. I'm on my phone right now. I got to figure out how to actually fill it out and send it. I'll figure it out. I'll get it.
Your Honor,
I'll
if
get
he
it.
wants to enter a plea today, the state will put the plea recommendation in the chat.
And just as a note for the court, Your Honor, and everybody else that's on Zoom, you cannot fill out the application on a cell phone or a iPod. You must either use a desktop or a laptop. If you do not have one.
No, I think that's incorrect. I'm sorry, Ms. Giddings, you can fill it out on a cell phone.
I just filled mine out on a cell phone.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
No
Ms.
one's been
Giddings.
able, depends on what type of phone you have, because I've had many clients in trial court that cannot complete the application via their phone. So if Mr. Hughes is having difficulty, it must be the type of phone that he has that's
Then
not
he needs to
allowing
come
him.
down and fill
Yes,
it
Mr.
out. I
Hughes,
mean,
you just need to
that's
come
all
to
I
the
need to do.
courthouse.
Okay,
Yes,
so thank
need
you,
to
Ms.
come to the
Giddings.
courthouse.
Mr. Hughes,
Yes.
looks like you really want the assistance of the public defender's attorney. Ms. Giddings, are you willing to pre-qualify him on your virtual breakout?
Actually, that would be Ms. Whitfield, Your Honor, and I'm sure she wouldn't have a problem doing it because I think he falls on her
Mr.
portion.
Hughes, please hold until a PD speaks to you. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Who wants to represent herself? I heard someone chime in.
I do.
All right, that'd be great. Except I can't see you. I keep seeing this red ceiling.
I'm setting my phone up.
Position 86, Your Honor.
36?
86.
86. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Ms. Seantre Anthony Drew, case number 21 CR 004861F, accused of simple battery on September 13, 2021. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. And if you apply for the public defender's office, they will represent you and confirm whether they represent you. Otherwise, you have a right to hire your own attorney or choose to represent yourself. This is Seantre Anthony Drew. Shall I address you as Miss Drew?
Yes.
Okay, and Miss Drew, how do you want to proceed in terms of an attorney?
I can afford one later on in the future.
Repeat that comment. I didn't understand what you just said.
I said I can afford one if it comes down to that, but I plead not guilty.
If you plead not guilty today, your case will be formally arraigned. Your attorney has 10 days to file all the necessary motions and demands for discovery to preserve your rights within the next 10 days. Do you understand? You only have a couple of days to hire an attorney so that he and she can file all the necessary paperwork. You don't have the luxury of time. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you decide to waive your right to counsel at the present time and represent yourself, you are responsible for understanding how the law applies to the facts of your case and any consequences it may have upon your personal situation or any other open cases you may have. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
You can read it.
All right. Seantre Anthony Drew is accused of simple battery in position 86 on our calendar. Ms. Drew is accused of this offense allegedly occurring on September 13 of this year in Fulton County, Georgia. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea to this misdemeanor offense of simple battery, the case will be scheduled for trial. And the accusation so filed by the Solicitor General's Office of Fulton County, excuse me, and it was filed on September 14, 2021, does accuse Seantre Anthony Drew of the offense of simple battery, a misdemeanor for that said accused in Fulton County, Georgia on or about September 13 of this year did intentionally cause physical harm to Jada Harvey by striking Jada Harvey in the face in violation of Georgia law, section 16-5-23, contrary to the laws of the state and peace thereof. This is the accusation filed against you. Upon your entry of not guilty at the time of trial, the state has the complete burden to prove the accusation against you beyond a reasonable doubt and overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned and it's going to be reset for trial. Please make sure you hire an attorney within the next couple of days so that all the necessary documents can be filed. Thank you. You're
Yes,
free to go.
ma'am. Thank you.
Jasmine Shoemate.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Shoemate, and what's the last four numbers of your case? And are you waiting on the public defender's office?
4767. And yes, I can't fill the application out. Like she was saying earlier, I guess I had the phone that don't allow me to do it.
4768, is that correct?
No, 4767.
4767.
Yeah, D.
61, Judge. 61. So if you can't fill out the application, you're more than welcome to come down here to fill out the application. Or if Ms. Whitfield will, I don't know if the attorney, Ms. Whitfield, is available, but you're more than welcome to wait.
Okay. I can't not drive. My license are suspended.
Would you be able to Uber down?
I only can come today.
By 11:30.
Okay. I don't think I can make it by 11:30.
All right, please hold and see if the public defender's office will speak to you on the Zoom. Thank you.
Okay. I got a question, ma'am.
Quickly.
Can I represent myself?
Was there a question, Ms. Shumay?
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am. I had a question. If the victim was trying to drop the charges, is it too late because the state picked it up?
The decision to prosecute is entirely with the prosecutor. The victim doesn't have a say in it.
Okay.
All right, please hold until the public defender's office speaks to you. Autumn
Okay.
Lumpkin, may I have the last four numbers of your
4702E.
Hope Edwards, please mute your screen.
I'm trying. Computer savvy, trying to do that.
4702. All right. Miss Autumn Lumpkin, your attorney was Ayana Watson Cafe, Conflict Defense Counsel, and she filed a not guilty plea on your behalf. So your case has already been further noticed for trial. Please contact your attorney to discuss your case.
All righty.
Thank you. You're free to go.
You too.
Position 84 here, those are Mr. Dark, Drill Dark.
Juan Edwards.
Position
Yeah.
84. They're present here in the courtroom. Their attorney is
Hello?
Mr. Drill Dark. Apparently, I don't know if Mr. Dark made it.
Someone muted my screen.
Folks, until I call your name, please keep your screen on mute.
I can't do it.
Oh, there, that's it. It's on mute. Okay. Position 8, and what's the other one? 84?
Yeah.
84. One, Pierre Edwards. Is your attorney present?
That's what I was talking about earlier today. I've been
Yeah.
in touch with Mr. Dark. He has not responded.
Do we have a phone number for Mr. Dark? Mr. Juan Edwards, your attorney is Terrell Dark. Do you have his phone number? All right. Mr. Gary Price, do you have your attorney's phone number? All right, let's see. Joe, pen and paper? Anything to write with? Okay, you have a cell phone? Get this number. 770-799-8707. I'll repeat, 770-799-8707. Got it? Please step outside and call him. Let him know you're in court and he needs to appear.
Your Honor, I sent an email to Mr. Dark on Friday, but I didn't hear back from him.
All right, thank you, sir.
Judge, I don't know if you got the announcements for position 103 and 92. I did receive a waiver.
Yeah, we'll do that. 92, you said?
92 and 103. I did receive waivers. For the BD.
Victor Perkins, I thought I already told him.
Okay.
And 102.
On that.
Yeah, is there an Ariel Edwards on the screen? Ariel Janae Edwards. Okay. Nakia Towers, are you still waiting on confirmation from the public defender's office?
Ma'am, when I contacted the public defender's office, they told me that I would need a conflict attorney.
What's the last four numbers of your case?
Oh, I have it right here.
He's position 51.
51.
4754 golf.
All right, and have you contacted the conflict defense attorneys?
No, ma'am. When I talked to Mrs. Raven Davis in the chat, she told me to let the court know.
Okay. Who represented you at the jail?
A pretrial officer, I believe, ma'am.
She may not one of those that is getting the bond because you didn't find them conflict attorney. I'll make note of it.
All right. Okay. Your case is going to be reset to, what's the next one? January 24th? January 24th at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
You will need to come down to court, to the clerk's office, J150, and make sure that they can give you a name of a conflict defense attorney to represent you.
You said J150, ma'am?
J150 at 160 Prior Street.
Yes, ma'am.
If she has her email and everything in updating her system,
What's your email?
You can make sure that
T dot Nakia NAKIA 1107 @gmail.com.
Okay. Long she's there and her information is updated, she can just appear on January 24th. We'll send her notice out. She'll just be an add-on that calendar, and we should have a conflict attorney at that time.
Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to come back to court, ma'am, on January 24th at 9 o'clock. Another link and information will be sent out to you via email or mail. I will do both. Make sure you get it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're free to go. Who was the other one? 102? Wanted, okay. And Miss Thomas, Hope Thomas? Where is she?
Hope Edwards.
Hope Edwards. Okay. Have you applied already for your public defense attorney?
Ma'am, I don't even know how to do that. I just rather represent myself. I mean.
All right, start your video.
Both of us is not pushing charges on each other, so. I mean.
Where's your video? See on?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, there we go. All right, Miss Hope Edwards, if you decide to represent yourself, you'll be responsible for understanding how the law applies to the facts of your case. And I'll accept a not guilty plea today and arraign the case for trial.
Yes,
you understand? You
Yes,
have 10 days to hire an attorney and make sure that all the necessary documents are filed. The decision to prosecute you or Mr. Thomas is not with each of you, it's really with the prosecutor. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you want me to read the formal accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
I'll waive a reading.
All right. Ms. Hope Edwards, in case 21 CR 004929Y, you are accused of a misdemeanor offense of battery, domestic violence against one Willie Thomas on September 16, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At that time, the state has the burden to prove the misdemeanor offense against you beyond a reasonable doubt and overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails, you could be found guilty and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned and it will be further notice for trial. Please reach out to the public defender's office or hire an attorney within the next couple of days so they may file all the necessary documents for you. All right, thank you.
Am I free to go?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Kaisana Ramdas? Kaisana Ramdas?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. And what's the last four numbers of your case?
It is 4765.
All right, she is position number 60. Ms. Ramdas, have you applied for the public defender's office or do you have private counsel?
Yes, I went and applied. I got an email back from Ms. Raven saying to let the court know that I need to be assigned a conflict attorney as well.
All right, your case is going to be reset to January 24th. What's your email?
KRAMDAS@ggc.edu.
Repeat.
K as in kangaroo, RAMDAS@ggc.edu.
All right. You will receive an email for your next court date, as well as we'll need to refer your case for conflict counsel.
Okay,
Thank
just
you.
one question. Would I get that assigned conflict attorney that day, January 24th?
I hope so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Amira Williams,
Yes, I'm here.
are you representing yourself through private attorney or public defender's office?
No, no, ma'am. Miss Watson Kathy is supposed to be my conflict attorney.
What's the last four numbers of your case?
Those would be 4938.
4938.
Yes, ma'am.
Position 124. Ms. Williams, your attorney has filed a not guilty plea on your behalf and waived arraignment. So the case is going to be scheduled for trial. You're free to
Okay,
go.
thank you so much. So, I'm free to go. So no more court. Okay. So she'll
No,
let
there
me
will
know.
be court. You just need to keep up with the notices. Make sure your address is correct with us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Prescott?
Yes, hello.
Hello. What's
Hello.
the last four numbers of your case?
It is 4751G.
Position 49, Judge.
Okay, got it. All right. Are you representing yourself or have an attorney? Or have you applied for the public defender's office?
I applied for the public defender's office. However, I did speak to one when I was in jail, Ashley Thompson. Just haven't received any communications since release. And I did receive an email stating to wait on a status that was forwarded to an attorney.
When did you submit that?
This morning at about 9, few minutes after you put the information online.
All right. So we are still waiting for the PD's office to confirm whether they can represent you.
All right.
All right. Please hold then. Okay. The two gentlemen here, Mr. Perry, was it? Mr. Perry and Mr. Gloss, was it? All right. What were their case numbers again?
There were position 8 and position 84.
Position 8 and 84. Mr. Edwards? Which one was it? This one. All right. I'm going to reset your case to January 24th at 9 a.m. for your attorney, Mr. Dark, to appear. All right? And let's see what he wants to do.
Hello,
And
this is Brandon Copeland. My
please
screen has
mute,
been
sir.
out.
Please mute. And Mr. 84. Mr. Price, Mr. Dark is unwell. So we're going to reset the case to January 24th for him to appear, either via Zoom. And you have his phone number. You might reach out to him to see whether you need to appear the next time. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Make sure we got an address on record for you. Should have got a notice in the mail with all the information. Did you get that notice in the mail?
Go up to J150 and fill out a correct address, email, and phone number. And we will send you the Zoom link. And you have Mr. Dark's phone number. Contact him, let him know, and he's going to consult with you to see whether you need to show up the next time. That's the only number I have. All right?
The number 770-799-8707. It did work because I left a message on it just now.
You tried on another phone. All right.
You have the right number, sir.
And sir, you are Mr. Price, correct? All right. Same announcement, sir. I'm going to reset it to January 24th. Do we have a good number on you? Email and address? All right. We'll send you a Zoom link if you want to appear via Zoom. Otherwise, you're going to come back in person. Once you reach out to Mr. Dark, he will let you know what are the next steps to take and if you need to appear the next time. Understood? And were you able to reach him on phone? Did you get a voicemail? It didn't ring? 770. What is it, Katrina?
Okay. 770-799-8707. Who was y'all now?
799-8707. And his work number is 404-795-2500. Got it? Which one? Okay, the work number is 404-795-2500. His cell phone number is 770-799-8707. You both got it? Just go upstairs, Mr. Price, you need to go and verify your address and everything. I will send an email. The email's on file. I will send the email, the link here and the information. But you have to make sure it's on file. I don't have time to do it down here, but go upstairs to J150 to get it clarified, to verify, to make sure your email and your address is correct. Please do that at this time. It's up on the first floor of this building. J150, Criminal Clerk's Office. Tell you need to verify your address and your email. Make sure it's correct. I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Kayana Banks, if you want to start your video. Kayana Banks, Santana Hewley, Nidrika Hewley. Sanders, Akash Patel, Barrett Jones. Your video needs to be on, just need you muted. Okay. All right, Mr. Brandon Copeland.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, where's your video?
They turned my video off earlier. Okay, now somebody else turned my video off earlier.
All right, what's your last four numbers of your case?
My case. I know it ends with, okay, it is 38. No, it's going to be 785C.
64, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Copeland, your case is 21 CR 004785C, accused of battery, domestic violence. Have you applied for the public defender's office, or have you hired an attorney, or are you representing yourself?
Well, ma'am, I'm at work right now at the airport, and I've tried to do it on my phone. I changed my number recently, so I'm pretty sure they tried to call me. But I've tried to do it on my phone. I'm not able to do it on my phone at the moment. And
all right, Mr. Copeland, if you want to wait, you can speak to a public defense attorney when they're available, because that's the only way I can help you out right now.
So I called, and they told me to let you know my situation. That I couldn't fill it out on my phone.
But today is your court date. You have the option of either coming down to the courthouse or appearing via Zoom. Since you chose to appear via Zoom, it's your responsibility to make sure that you're able to communicate with the public defender's office. So if you cannot fill out the application, then please wait until they can speak to you on this Zoom conference.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. So just hold, right?
Just hold until the PD speaks to you. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone whom I've not addressed, whom I've not called at all?
You haven't called me.
All right, Ms. Wheeler. All right, Ms. Wheeler, what's the last four numbers of your case?
4890B.
And have you spoken to the public defender's office?
Yes, they told me that I didn't have to come to court today, but I came when the Zoom first started. I asked, did I not have to? And he said my case was not waived.
4985, is that what you said?
No, I said 4890.
48.
Position 101.
All right, there she is. Okay. I'm so sorry. So just a simple yes or no. Is the public defender's office representing you?
Yes.
And could you start your video? Where is she? She's not on my screen. Oh, there she is. Okay. Are they representing you?
Yes.
It's been, Mr. Howard, has it been confirmed that PD's office is representing position 101? Michaela Wheeler
Let's see.
or Ms. Whitfield
Did
or?
on the announcements I sent, did it indicate something for that?
Position 101. Okay, so you're filing a waiver of arraignment?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So yes, she can be excused. We spoke.
All right. All right, Ms. Wheeler, the Public Defender's Office will be entering a not guilty plea on your behalf. Please remember to make sure your address is correct with us and comply with the conditions of your bond. You have any questions?
No.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, was there anyone whom I've not called at all?
Mark Stanford, Your Honor.
Mark Stanford. Okay, Mark Stanford, where's your video?
I think I'm on.
There you are. Okay, and Mr. Stanford, what are the last four numbers of your case? 44.
4707G.
Okay. And Mr. Stanford, are you represented by the Public Defender's Office?
Not at the time, ma'am. I would like to waive counsel and enter a plea myself.
And what plea are you entering?
Not guilty, please.
Case number 21 CR 004707G, State versus Mark Antonio Stanford, accused of battery, domestic violence, and cruelty in the third degree, allegedly on September 5th, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Stanford, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney and since you've chosen to waive your right to counsel, you're responsible for understanding how the law and the criminal procedure applies to the facts of your case and how it may impact upon your personal situation, as well as any other factors such as open cases brought against you. Do you understand, sir? Do you understand, Mr. Stanford?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you prepared to waive your right to counsel at the present time?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Do you want me to read the formal accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusations?
No, ma'am, I waived the reading.
All right, you are charged with these two misdemeanor offenses. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the state would have the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Your case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. If you plan to retain private counsel, please do so within the next couple of days. The clock is ticking and all demands and motions that are necessary to your rights should be filed within the next 10 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Let's see. I don't know who's on the iPhone, but
DeAndrea Campbell.
DeAndrea Campbell. I thought I addressed you. Ms. Campbell, what's your last phone numbers of your case?
4907.
There's a person with the name iPhone. I don't know who you are. So 49,
Jeffrey Finley.
49, what was that, Ms. Campbell?
4907.
07. All right, Ms. Campbell, are you represented by the Public Defender's Office? Are you waiting for them or by private counsel? What are we talking about?
No, they told me they couldn't represent me.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was one of the announcements from Mr. Howard. She did not qualify for their services, the public defender.
All right. So Ms. Campbell, have you hired an attorney so far?
No, Your Honor. I am currently unemployed. I was in a car accident in November, and I should have put unemployed on my application for the Public Defender's Office, but I didn't. I put, Uber, which is what I do. And they said I didn't qualify for my income.
Do you want to reapply?
I was told that I would have to get a statement from the Department of Labor. or
Okay.
a separation notice.
All right. So at the present time, you have the option of either retaining private counsel or representing yourself. I am going to arraign your case. In other words, accept your not guilty plea to this charge, and the case will be scheduled for trial. Given the current time information, you have 10 days to make sure that you retain counsel, or if you choose to do it yourself, to file all the necessary motions and demand for discovery. So the clock is ticking right now. Time is of the essence. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
You are accused of the misdemeanor offense of theft by receiving stolen property, allegedly on April 15, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. You have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and like I said, since you presently do not qualify, you would need to hire an attorney within the next couple of days so that he or she can file all the necessary paperwork. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial, at which time the state would have to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you waive a reading of the accusation, or would you like me to read it?
I'll waive it, Your Honor.
At the time of trial, if the state succeeds in carrying its burden of proof, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. You do not have the luxury of time anymore, Ms. Campbell. You need to hire an attorney or make sure that the PD's office can represent you so that they can file all the necessary paperwork to preserve your defenses. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I had a Jeffrey something.
Jeffrey Finley.
All right, Mr. Finley, what's the last four numbers of your case?
Is 4884 B.
Position 97. And Mr. Finley, are you represented by the Public Defender's Office? Have you applied or are you hiring your own attorney?
No, I didn't qualify, so I'm going to get my own attorney.
All right. I'm going to arraign your case today, so please make sure you hire your attorney within the next couple of days so that they can file all the paperwork by the 10th day. Do you understand?
No.
Yes, no?
Yes.
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to counsel. As you do not qualify, you will need to hire your own attorney or choose to represent yourself. In case 21 CR 004884D, you're accused of battery causing substantial physical harm, allegedly on September 14, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you like me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
I'll waive it.
Upon your entry of a not guilty plea to this charge, the case will be scheduled for trial, at which time the state has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt and to overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned, will be scheduled for trial. Please make sure you retain counsel within the next couple of days so they can file everything before the expiration of 10 days from today. Understood?
Okay. Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone whom I have not called at all?
You haven't called me.
All right. Ms. Banks, that sounds familiar though. All right. Did you start your video? All right. Ms. Banks, what's the last four numbers of your case?
905G.
4905G or?
No, you said the last four digits?
Yeah, 4905?
Yes.
All right, that's position 104. Ms. Banks, are you represented by counsel or have you applied with the Public Defender's Office?
I spoke to the public defender's office and I actually just called them a few minutes ago. They said that I spoke with someone and he said that he was going to represent me and I didn't have to show up today, but I just showed up anyway, just in case. She said his name was,
104. All right, yes.
she said his name was Dennis Howard.
Derek, okay. Derek Howard has filed an entry of not guilty on your behalf, and your
Okay.
case will be scheduled for trial.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been a waiver of arraignment filed. Please make sure that you have a good address with us so you don't miss out on your court dates and you comply with the conditions of your bond.
Okay, awesome.
Anything else?
No, said thank you.
All right.
Yeah, business.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you. All right. Who else have I not called? Oh, Mr. Howard, are you prepared to go forward?
I don't have anybody that's gonna need to see you, Judge. We got paperwork pretty much for everybody that I've talked to so far.
All right, I'll go down the calendar. You let me know.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
For those of you who are still
got a
waiting
few
to
more to
speak
talk.
to a public defense attorney, hopefully they've already spoken to you. All right,
No,
position.
they have it.
I haven't spoken to any, Your Honor.
Well,
I haven't either.
all right,
Would I be,
please hold, please hold.
would I be able to seek my own counsel?
All right, position number 1, Madison Daniels.
Judge, I'm waiting to hear back from my social worker. Can we hold on that one?
Okay.
And I'm doing all that stuff out today.
Please mute your screen until you hear your name called.
I need that.
Rico Brown. Irvin Fleming, mute your screen. Rico Brown, position 2.
2, 3, and 4.
Any announcements, Mr. Towers?
This was
Your Honor, we left a message for Mr. Brown and have not heard back. He's actually positioned 2, 3, and 4.
Rico Marcel Brown. All right, this case is, this is a failure to appear, is going to be further notice to the division judge.
Your Honor, will the court be issuing bench warrants for failure to appears?
We've been instructed to assign these cases to the division judge.
Thank you, Your
Note
Honor.
that these are FTAs.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right. Cedric Jones, position 5. Cedric Jones. All right, this is good failure to appear. Further notice to division judge. Tina Mathis.
She is here, Judge. She's gonna execute a waiver. She's doesn't qualify for us, but she's gonna execute a waiver.
All right. So do we have confirmation that she's executing? Where's Tina Mathis?
Yeah, she just waited on me to give her the information, the paper, Judge.
All right. Ms. McCutcheon, Mr. Howard has announced that Ms. Mathis is going to be filing a waiver of arraignment. So this case is further notice to trial. Ms. Lewis, please make a note that we're expecting a waiver from position 6.
she's considered pro se.
Yes,
Pro se, yeah.
I was just getting ready to do it too.
Position 7 is arraigned and further notice for trial. Position 8 is reset to January 24th for conflict attorney appointment. Position 9, Michael Body. Position 9, Michael Body is Mr. Kilbo, who has filed a waiver of arraignment. Position 10 has Mohammed has filed a waiver of arraignment.
Judge, I'm sorry, what was position 8?
Position 9, Michael Body is represented by Mr. Kilbo. He's filed a waiver of arraignment.
Oh, position 8, Judge.
Position 8 has been reset to January 24th.
Okay, that's Mr. Okay.
Yeah, for appointment of conflict counsel.
Gotcha.
Position 10, Jabari Jones represents him, Mr. Mohammed, and a waiver of arraignment has been filed. Position 11, Gaston Warren.
Judge, he is outside. I need to speak with him to see what his announcement is and get him an application done with him.
All right, so we're waiting on position 11.
Yes.
Position 12, Demetrius Johnson is currently incarcerated at the Fulton County Jail. Case is reset to
The next available.
okay, it'll be further notice to the next SAP calendar that's available. YD Zhang is filed PD's office will be filing a waiver of arraignment.
Yes.
Position 14, Kufu Ray. Position 14, Kufu Ray. Kufu Ray. Kufu Ray is failure to appear, further notice to division judge for decision. Position 15, Jarrell Wright. Jarrell Wright.
That's the one we was holding on. You told him to be down here in 30 minutes. Gave him like 10:34.
Oh,
Drive.
okay, Mr. Wright hopefully will be in court pretty soon. Dante Hill, position 16, Dante Hill.
Judge, that's our case. That's have a waiver signed.
Waiver of arraignment shall be filed. And further notice for trial. Position 17, Daryl Favors.
Judge, that is pro se, but he signed a waiver that I have given Ms. Lewis.
Why are we resetting it to the next SAP
he's out.
calendar? Is he presently detained?
Oh, no.
No, he was
No,
here in court.
He was here. That's for the next one. That's his reply. He's out.
Okay, this position 17 is filed a waiver of arraignment and further notice to trial. Position 18, Anthony Jones is currently at the Fulton County
That's the
Jail.
one. He's set to the next available.
He will be reset to the next available SAP calendar. Position 19, Sean Johnson.
Judge,
Sean.
it's pro se. He's filled out a waiver though.
Okay. Mr. Johnson's filed a waiver of arraignment. His case will be further noticed for trial. Position 20 is represented by Mr. Dennis Murphy. That's L. Javon Fleming. The case is going to be further noticed for trial pursuant to a waiver filed. Position 21, we have
Yes.
Torrance Hale.
That's going to be, that's our case. That's a waiver, Judge.
All right, there's going to be further notice for trial for position 21 and 22.
Yep.
Position 23, we have Joe Davis.
That's a waiver, Judge. That's our case.
All right, position 23 is a waiver for the notice for trial. 24, I have Antoinette Ford. Antoinette
Same
Ford,
enough for Judge. That's our case. She was here. It's a waiver.
further notice for trial pursuant to a waiver. Shamika Gooden, Mr. Kilbo has filed a waiver of arraignment. It's going to be further notice for trial. Position 26, I have Reese Hollis, Reese Jameson Hollis. Reese Jameson Hollis is a failure to appear. Case is going to be assigned to the division judge for decision. Position 27 is Timothy Nixon. Timothy Nixon is here.
I believe he's out in the hall. I think he may have had a private. Yes. Could we bring? He may need to come in, Judge.
All right, Mr. Nixon would have to come in. Thank you.
I think he had a private. Say he had a private attorney.
He said lawyers and for Judge McBurn right now.
At the podium, please. Mr. Timothy Nixon, your case is 21 CR 004684J. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney and indicates that you're hiring private counsel. Who is it?
I have Nicole Morning.
Nicole,
Morning. Yes, ma'am.
spell the last name.
Moorman, I believe.
Mormon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is Miss Mormon aware of this court hearing?
Yes, ma'am. She's in Judge McBurney. She's up there with Judge McBurney, I want to say right now.
All right, I'm going to hold on your case. You need to let Miss Mormon know whether she's filing a waiver of arraignment. In other words, if you're entering a not guilty plea and for your case to be scheduled for trial.
Yes, ma'am.
If she is, you can either come back in and let me know, or she can email Miss Lewis.
I'm sorry, I don't want to pull my phone out, but she texted me what to tell you. But
Go ahead outside and do that. Yeah, just come back in when you're ready. Thank you. Did she file an entry of appearance? Ms. Lewis?
Nope.
Position 28, we have Christopher Pierce has filed, Mr. Mitnick has filed, will be filing a waiver of arraignment. Case is further notice. Position 29, I have Denzel Brown. Mr. Brown, have you, Mr. Howard?
I'm still waiting for a response.
All right. Mr. Howard, are we still waiting on 29?
That'll be Ms. Gibbs is handling that portion of his own calendar.
All right. Ms. Gidding, have you had a chance to review his application? Ms. Gidding? Oh. Yes, Mr. Nixon?
Yes, Your Honor. I have not as of yet received it, so we're holding for that.
All right, so we're waiting on Mr. Brown still. Mr. Brown, the attorneys are still reviewing your application, I hope. So please hold.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Nixon, what's the announcement?
Yeah, she would like a continuance and hold for discovery.
Just ask her, is she waiting for the case to be arraigned?
Okay. Yes.
That's the only thing I'm waiting on. She needs to show up for arraignment. All right. Mr. Brown is still on hold. Position 30, 3-0.
Judge, that's pro se that I have a waiver for him.
Mr. Brian Harden, apparently he's filed a pro se waiver of arraignment, so this case is going to be further notice for trial. Barrett Hughes, position 31.
I'm still waiting for a response.
All right. Barrett, is that Ms. Giddings as well, Mr. Howard?
Yes, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Hughes, until Ms. Giddings gets with you, you're still on hold.
Okay.
32. I'm sorry, I can't get to the pages. 32 is Daryl James. Daryl James. 32, Daryl James. Daryl James failed to appear. The case is assigned to the division judge for decision. Taurus Alexander. Taurus Alexander is currently at the Fulton County Jail. But it, all right. But this, Mr. Kilbo has filed a waiver arraignment, so this case is going to be reset jail jury. 34, Orlando Morrow.
Have a, this pro se judge have a waiver for him.
Mr. Morrow has filed a pro se waiver of arraignment. The case is going to be further notice for trial. 35, I have Joye Moody, represented by Mr. Kilbo, conflict counsel, who has filed a waiver of arraignment. The case is further notice for trial. Dwayne Thomas, position 36.
It's our case, Judge.
All right.
Get a waiver for that.
PD's office is filing a waiver. The case is further notice for trial. 37, Tormario Walton. Tormario Walton. Tormario Walton has failed to appear. The case is going to be further notice to the division judge for decision. Paramount Clark, excuse me, Kriya LaShawn Clark Paramount, represented by Mr. Kilbo, he's filed a waiver of arraignment. Case is further notice. Autumn Lumpkin is further notice for trial. Rodarius Green is represented by Drew Finling. He's filed a waiver, is further notice for trial. Position 41, Gloria Carr. Ms. Carr, has the PD's office reviewed it?
They said they did.
Mr. Howard or Ms. Gidding?
Yeah, it should be 1 through 64.
Position 41, repeat that.
If we could hold for that, Your Honor, I'm just getting, my computer's been very, very slow, so applications are just now coming through and I'm reviewing them.
I thought she was waiting for a possible plea.
She originally.
Oh, no, Ms. Carr is a possible plea, excuse me.
Yeah. Did she change her mind? Because at
Your
first
Honor,
she was pro se.
She
It's,
indicated, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor. She announced at the call of the calendar that she wished to proceed pro se, and the state did put in the chat the plea recommendation.
Okay, and Ms. Carr, have you read the plea recommendation?
Yeah, she sent it to me in a chat.
And what's your decision?
I'm okay with that. The only thing that I asked was that the it said something about firearms, because we do have firearms in our home, my husband and I don't have a history of abusive behavior or hitting people, putting my hands. I don't have a violent history, basically. So I'm only asking that one thing be amended because we do have firearms in our home.
And Your Honor, the state would be opposed. The state's recommendation was that the defendant be sentenced to 12 months probation, that while on probation, she complete a mental health evaluation and whatever treatment is determined appropriate, that she also complete an alcohol and drug evaluation, whatever treatment is deemed appropriate, that she also participate in the family violence intervention program, and that she have absolutely no violent contact with the named victim, her husband, Mr. Alan Carr. And I did put in the chat the plea recommendation to the court as well. And of course, no weapons, no firearms, no illegal drugs, and no alcohol while on probation. And this is based on the factual basis contained in the incident report and the arrest warrants.
All right, Mr. Carr, please start your video.
Yes, go ahead, Judge.
On September 7th, 2021, Judge Morrow issued a bond order against Ms. Gloria Carr,
Yes.
in which she's allowed to have no further violent contact with Alan Carr, but she's also required to not consume any illegal drugs, no alcoholic beverages, and no weapons and no firearms.
Correct.
Based on her incriminating statement, she has been residing in the household with weapons and firearms. So first of all, the prosecutor has a right to revoke her bond and have her arrested for living in a household with a firearm. That's my first concern. My second concern is that I don't believe that Ms. Carr understands the ramifications of the plea. So I'm not inclined to accept the plea at the present time. I'm inclined to accept the plea if she wants to agree to the terms of the recommended sentence. What would you like to say, Ms. Carr? And please remember that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. As you've just indicated that you're living in a household with firearms, that is already raising 10 different alarms behind my back.
I understand that. So my understanding from what I understood from that was that I couldn't have the firearms on my person, which they are. So I didn't know that.
Keep on digging that ground. I am this close to revoking your bond and having you surrender yourself back to the jail. You want to keep on talking?
No, ma'am.
Smart move. Yes, Mr. Carr.
I was just going to ask, with that said, Judge, if this is actually proceeded forward with the firearms being currently in the home, would a good modification of that be that they be on-site, the home premises, either in a lock and safe or a storage facility?
Let me just repeat this.
Mm-hmm.
She is not allowed to have a firearm in the home in which she resides, not in any vehicle that she occupies, not anywhere near her, and not anywhere on her person. Does that clarify it?
Sure does. Off-site.
Okay, please mute your screen. All right, Ms. Carr.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are the terms of the recommendation. Ms. McCutcheon, do you still want to proceed with the plea?
Your Honor, the state's very concerned about the information that the defendant herself has provided to the court, i.e. that she is in a residence, therefore she has had constructive possession to a firearm based on the state's conversations with the victim, the advocate's conversation with Mr. Carr as to what the state believes the history is of this defendant. The state's very concerned about that, Judge, and I cannot say at this point whether or not the state will not file a motion to revoke the bond. I will review the case again, but that may be something that the state does.
Ms. Carr, at the present time, I'm going to arraign your case. I highly recommend that you expedite an application with the public defender's office. Do you still want to speak to the public defense attorney, or do you want to hire your own attorney?
I will still try to get a public offender.
All right. Please hold for Ms. Gidding to speak to you.
Okay.
Has she submitted an application, Your Honor?
I hope so.
No, ma'am.
Okay, you need to submit an application, Ms. Carr, immediately.
Okay.
Mute your screen. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I might just say one last thing for the record, based on the proceedings today and the information provided, the plea offer that was previously provided to Ms. Carr is hereby rescinded today.
All right. Thank you.
What does that mean?
That means the plea offer is off the table based on your admission that you've been allegedly living in a household with firearms.
Okay.
Thank you. Please mute your screen, file your application ASAP. Yes, Mr. Nixon? I knew you purposely wore that color because you know I can't miss you.
So what she said was she wants to waive arraignment. She's gonna put her
entry of appearance
in today and reset for discovery.
Okay. Now you're talking my lingo. Okay.
Trying to get it right.
Timothy Nixon, your attorney, Nicole Mormon,
yes,
needs to file her entry and file the waiver. Just two little things, waiver and entry.
Yes,
all right? By 4 p.m. today.
I'm about to tell her right now. I got walked out.
She's not gonna walk it down.
I'll have her email you soon.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We good? Once you get it, you're free to go. Thank you. Position 42, I have Ludmila Massey has filed a waiver of arraignment through counsel Frank Starosto. Position 43, Jabari Nuruddin, middle initial K. Jabari Nuruddin. Position 43 is failed to appear. The case is going to be further noticed to the division judge. Jabari Nuruddin. 44 has been arraigned and further noticed for trial. 45, Ms. Emily Shavers filed a waiver of arraignment through counsel Bonnie Binkley. That's been further noticed for trial. 46 is been null crossed. That's Victor Brown. 47, Brandon Cooper.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Cooper did not get notice mailed to him according to our notes. He did not have an address in the system, so I would need Ms. Lewis and the court to check to see if he actually had notice sent to him, because according to the information.
The address on record says homeless.
He's homeless, he's residentially challenged.
Okay.
Whatever information we got at the time when he booked out of jail, that's the information we would have. He's noted as an FTA and it will be assigned to the further notice to the division judge for decision. Position 48, I have Star McDowell, middle name Lachey. Star McDowell, if you are present, please appear. This is further notice for failure to appear and further notice to the division judge for decision. Jasmine Prescott, are you still waiting to speak to counsel?
Yes, ma'am, I am still waiting currently.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we're holding for her as well. Applications are coming in and I've got, while you're doing the second half of the calendar, I should be able to finish and be able to make announcements.
All right.
Orlando Reed, position 50. Orlando Reed. Orlando Reed. Orlando Reed failed to appear. Case assigned to division judge for decision. 51 is reset to Ms. Towers, reset to January 24th at 9 a.m. for appointment of conflict counsel. Position 52, George Law has been, arraignment has been waived and further notice for trial. 53, Andre Freeland is, waiver was filed by attorney Benjamin Alper, further notice for trial. 54, Travis Kroll. 54 is present and filling out an application, so we're going to hold for his announcement. Kroll. 55, Colin Fiku.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Have you spoken to the PD yet?
No, I'm still waiting.
All right, please hold.
Mr. Faku, have you filled out an application, sir?
Yes, ma'am. It's PQ, and yes, ma'am, I have.
I apologize, CQ. Okay, I'll be with you in just a second.
All right.
56, Martin Davis is arraigned and further notice for trial. 57, Fitzsimmons, that's been arraigned and further notice for trial. 58, Tarquinius Redding. 58, Tarquinius Redding. Tarquinius Redding. Mr. Redding has failed to appear. The case is going to go to the division judge for decision. 59, Kervin Fleming is still holding for PD. Has it been confirmed?
We're still
Yes, Your
holding.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Still holding on Mr. Fleming, okay.
Would I be able to get my own counsel, Your Honor?
If you want to drop the application for the public defender's office, you can apply for, you can hire your own attorney.
Yeah, that's fine.
Where's your video?
Hold on, because they had. Hold on, I had to get on my
You
phone.
need to switch off one of your devices.
Okay.
All right. You have another device. You have a video? Okay, that's fine. So Mr. Kervin Fleming, are you dropping your application for the public defender's office?
Yes.
You have 10 days to hire an attorney, or you can file all the necessary paperwork within the next 10 days. Your case is 21 CR 004-763C, in which you are accused of failure to obey a traffic signal or light, possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce, and driving while license suspended or revoked on September 7, 2021. If you decide to waive your right to counsel at the present time, you're responsible for understanding how the law applies to the facts of your case. Are you willing to proceed?
Yes.
All right. Do you want me to read the accusations, or do you waive a reading of the accusations?
I waive the reading.
You are accused of these 3 misdemeanor offenses. If you enter a plea of not guilty, your case will be scheduled for trial, at which time then the state would have to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt and overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails at the time of trial, you could be convicted of 1 or more of these offenses and face a possibility of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead? Your case has been arraigned and it's going to be further noticed for trial. Please hire your attorney within the next couple of days, because you have 10 days to file your demands for discovery and any other motions to preserve your defenses and your rights to your case. Do you understand?
Yes, if I run into trouble seeking counsel, I can still go down to the public defender office, Your Honor, or is that out of
You've
the?
just dropped your application. It's up to the public defender's office if they want to review your application.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Clock is ticking, 10 days. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
You're free to go.
All right. Your Honor.
Position 60 has been reset to January 24th at 9 a.m. for Ms. Ramdas to get conflict counsel. Position 61, Jasmine Schumer, has she applied has she been reviewed? Not yet?
No, Your Honor, we weren't able to contact her because the number we had for her was incorrect. Ms. Schumont, are you there?
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Have
Yes,
you
ma'am.
Have you filled out an application, ma'am? That sounds like a no.
No, I didn't get to do it. It won't allow me to do it on my phone. I don't have a computer right now.
All right, you have to wait to talk to Ms. Giddings then. Thank you.
Will I talk to her today?
Well,
This
I need a phone number for you, ma'am, because the one we have is incorrect.
Okay, my number is
Please put it in the chat. Can you put it in the chat?
Yes, ma'am.
Please
Thank
do
you.
so. Mute your screen, please.
Okay, I gotta get it back on there.
62.
It's gonna be a pro se waiver.
All right, Monterio Grant is filing a pro se waiver of arraignment, and the case is going to be further notice for trial. 63, Ashley Alexander.
Ms. Alexander, are you present? Her number was.
Yes, I'm present. I'm present.
Have you filled out an application, ma'am? We couldn't reach you because the number we have is disconnected.
Oh, I updated my number. I sent it via email.
All right,
Actually,
please put your phone
I
number
sent
in the chat. Please put your phone number in the chat and Ms. Giddings will contact you.
Okay.
That was Miss Alexander.
So, excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you are interrupting. I'll get back to you soon.
Okay.
Position 65, Jeffrey Canty, that's been null frost. 66, Nedrikia Hewley. 66, Nedrikia Hewley. Nedrikia Hewley is.
We're here. Call me now.
Nedrikia Hewley.
Yes, we're here. Hold on. She's calling me now. I'll mute the phone. You gotta turn your camera.
Ms. Hewley, you have a right to remain silent by the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you've applied for one, the public defender's office can represent you. Otherwise, you'll have to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. How would you like to proceed? And you need to lower the phone. We can only see the ceiling fan.
What I'm supposed to tell her?
You need to lower your phone so I don't see the ceiling fan. And how are you proceeding?
We filling out the application right now.
All right, position 66 is on hold for the PD's office. Raquel Wiggins has filed a waiver through Dennis Murphy. That case is further notice for trial.
Your Honor, excuse me, Your Honor, this is Ms. Giddings. I'm having technical difficulties, so I'm gonna have to sign out and then sign back on, if that's okay.
Well, okay, but
I'll be quick. It's just, it's not letting me get to different screens. I don't know what's going on. So I'm thinking I need to leave the Zoom feed and then come back.
all right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Howard, if you can just cover for Ms. Giddings for the next few cases. Position 70 is Sheng Chi Heng, represented by David Jones, who's filed a waiver. That case is further notice for trial. Position 71, Holly Enriqueo, is represented by John Garland, who's filed a waiver, and that case is further notice for trial. Amber Shukri is currently detained at the Fulton County Jail. The case is reset to SAP for January 18. Ian Chapman. Ian Chapman. Position 73. Ian Chapman is failed to appear. Case is going to be assigned to the further notice to division judge for decision. Position 74, Demetrius Ramey. Let's transfer this. Demetrius Ramey, if you are present or counsel, your case has been transferred to the Superior Court of Fulton County as a felony case. And that transfer order was issued on October 15, 2021.
So you represent Shonda Jones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Giddings? All right. Amir Colquitt Spivey. I got a waiver for that. All right.
He qualified and we filed a waiver for him.
All right. We have a waiver and the case is further notice for trial. DeAndre Ellis. DeAndre Dimitri Ellis. We do not have a good address on Mr. Ellis and the notice was undeliverable. So it's going to be recorded as an FTA and further notice to division judge. Position 77, Michelle Favors has filed a waiver of arraignment through counsel. Dennis Murphy is further notice for trial. 78, 79, 80 are all, no, excuse me, 78 and 79 were arraigned today and further notice of trial. 80 has filed a waiver of arraignment through counsel, Mr. Carlos Valente, and he hopefully would have filed all the documents by this morning.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Rebecca Holm has filed a waiver through Harold Johnson. Case is further notice for trial. 82 filed a waiver through Mr. Gudiche, and that's further notice for trial. Samir Reed has filed a waiver through Attorney Legrand, further notice for trial. Gary Price is reset to Gary Price. Is he present?
No, that's the one that reset with 24. He was.
Yeah. January 24th for appointment of conflict counsel. Position 85, Alfred O'Ray Banks. Alfred O'Ray Banks. Notice was sent, but notice was undeliverable due to improper address on system. This is going to be recorded as a failure to appear to division judge. 86 has been arraigned and further notice for trial. That was Suntrade Brew. 87, Erica Hood. Erica Hood.
Judge, that is our case. I'm going to submit a waiver for that.
Erica Hood is going to be a waiver through the Public Defense Counsel Office, further notice for trial. Japheth Jerome Hudson, 88. Japheth Jerome Hudson, position 88.
Judge, he's here, Judge. We just need to, we'll make an announcement shortly on that.
All right, Mr. Hudson, you need to confer with the Public Defender's Office. He's present in court. Rashard Knight, position 89, that's been a waiver of arraignment. The case is further notice for trial. Deshaun Sims, position 90. Deshaun Sims, position 90, 90. All right, that's going to be marked as a failure to appear. Further notice to division judge. Percy Lee Dixon. Percy Lee Dixon, position 91. Percy Lee Dixon, position 91, is failure to appear. Case is assigned to division judge for decision. Victor Perkins III is a waiver and will be further notice for trial. Raymond Marcel is a waiver filed from attorney Tracy Dorfman, further notice for trial. Position 94, Kashawn Fuller. Kashawn Fuller. Sean Fuller As a failure to appear, it will be assigned to the division judge. Mara Frances Marks, position 95. Mara Marks, position 95. Mara Marks is failure to appear, assigned to the division judge. Joe Noel, has it been confirmed with the PD's office?
Yes, we represent him, Your Honor. We filed a waiver.
All right. Mr. Noel, your case has been further noticed for trial. Please make sure you comply with the conditions of the bond if he's still present. 97 Finley has been arraigned and further notice for trial. 98 Lanesha Henderson has failed to appear, assigned to division judge for decision. Position 99, a waiver was filed from attorney Dervin Davis, has been further notice for trial. Position 100 is Trevian Terry. Trevian Terry was supposed to appear before Judge Roth on December 22nd. Apparently, this is a failure to appear. So there is a bench warrant issued by Judge Roth for Trevian Bontrell Terry. Michaela Wheeler, position 101 is a waiver of arraignment. Case is further notice for trial. Position 102 is a waiver filed by Ms. Watson Cafe, further notice for trial. Position 103, William Henry Womack. Has there been a decision by PD's office?
Yes, he qualified and we filed a waiver on his behalf.
All right. Mr. Womack's case has been, arraignment has been waived and is further notice for trial. He's free to go. Position 104 is a waiver filed and a case will be waiver of arraignment, further notice for trial. DeAndre Campbell, 105, has been arraigned and further notice for trial. Position 106, Mohammed Gakine has failed to appear, assigned to division judge for decision. Position 107 is Jones. A waiver has been filed, further notice for trial. Position 108, Harkness. A waiver has been filed, further notice for trial. Position 108, Jamesia Harkness has been transferred to Superior Court for felony prosecution. So the waiver is moot. Position 109, Rashana Lights is arraigned and further notice for trial. 110, Shanta Harris, a waiver has been filed by attorney Watson Cafe, further notice for trial. Position 111, Mengistu Hazel is failed to appear. Further notice to division judge for decision. 112, Brandon Hill has been arraigned and further notice for trial. 113, arraigned and further notice for trial. Position 114, Tony Rodriguez Casco. Waiver has been filed by Angela DeWilliams. Case is further notice for trial. Hussein Sultan has filed a waiver through David Windetcher and further notice for trial. Sante Malik Trent, position 116. Sante Malik Trent has failed to appear. Case is further notice to division judge for decision. Position 117 is going to be further notice for trial pursuant to a waiver. Position 118, Natasha Redwine has failed to appear. Case is.
Your Honor, I had that as a waiver. Madam Clerk, do you see that?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You got it. Yeah, sorry. It's a waiver. That case is further notice to trial. Hope Edwards has been arraigned and further notice for trial. That's 119. Position 120 is Darius Flo 120, Darius Flow, FLOWE. That's a failure to appear, and that's further notice to division judge. 121, 120, Antoinette Pettiford, 122, Willie Thomas, and 123, Anthony Morrison. Waivers have been filed by counsel. All three are further notice for trial. Same announcement for 124, Amira Williams, further notice for trial pursuant to attorney waiver. Position 125, Eric Dogan. Eric Dogan. Eric Dogan has failed to appear. That case is further notice to division judge. Michaela Ham. Michaela Ham, position 126.
That's a waiver.
Yes, that's a waiver, Your Honor. She qualified for the public defender.
127, Tashawn Harris. 127, Tashawn Harris. 127, Tashawn Harris. The failure to appear and further notice to division judge. Position 128 was a waiver filed by counsel. That's further notice for trial. That's George Law's second case. So presently I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cases waiting to confer with public defense attorney. Is there anyone's name I did not call again? All right, I have an Akash Patel. Are
Didn't
you?
call my name, man.
All right. Brendan Copeland,
Brendan
did
Copeland.
you apply for the public defender's office?
Yes, I was waiting to speak with them. I'm not able to apply the app right now. I put my new number into the chat.
Oh, you were the one who had to make a decision as to whether you were going to come down. Okay, you have to wait to speak to the public defender's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What were the last four name numbers of your case?
It was.
Oh, 64. Okay.
See, no, my last was.
No, I've got it. I've got it. Yeah, we're still waiting on you
Okay.
to speak to the public defender's office.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Giddings, are you back on? And I've got one person who should be here.
I'm sorry, did you call my name?
Who?
Hughes?
Barrett Jerome Hughes, 31. Are you still waiting on the public defender's office?
Yes.
Mr. Howard, is this your case?
Which position? Judge?
Position 31. Barrett Jerome Hughes.
Let's see, Judge. Right, I'm showing we didn't have an announcement.
Mr. Hughes, did you send your application for the public defender's office?
Yes, I
services?
emailed it.
Well, he did this morning, sounds like. Yeah.
Did you do it this morning?
Yes.
All right.
I think I
please
sent
wait
it
on-
about 11:15.
All right. So hopefully, Mr. Howard will have reviewed it. Please hold, sir.
Okay.
All right, for those of you, I have Brown, Hughes, Glory Carr, Prescott, Kroll, Fiku, Fleming, Shoemate, Alexander, Frederica Hewley, Hudson, 96. And Copeland, who are waiting to be interviewed by the public defender's office or have their application reviewed. Ms. Giddings, are you? Mr. Howard, you want to text Ms. Giddings and see if she's
Yeah, let me see.
good to go?
Position 11 is a pro se waiver, Judge.
Warren Gaston?
Yes.
Is he present?
He was, Judge. He signed the waiver.
All right.
And just
Position
that-
11, Gaston warrants a waiver and further notice for trial waiver will be filed by the PD's office. No, pro se, excuse me.
Position 88 is ours, Judge. We submitting a waiver for that. 88.
Japath Hudson.
Yes.
Japath Hudson, is she present?
Yes, he was here, Judge.
Okay. That's going to be a pro se or PD
No,
waiver?
that's PD. That's our case.
PD waiver, and that's going to be further notice for trial. All right, for the rest of you, I'm still waiting on Miss Giddings or Miss Wakefield.
Yes,
Miss
Your Honor.
Wakefield, have you addressed all your cases?
Yes, I believe we have.
So everyone who's waiting is waiting on Miss Giddings, is that correct?
I believe so, Your Honor. Oh, nope, I apologize. Position 66, Hewley, we're still waiting on an application from her. I've not received it yet.
All right, Nadrikia Hewley is with Litchfield. All right.
She says she sent it about 5 minutes ago, so I still have not received it from our admins.
All right. All right, folks. All I can do is wait for the public defender's office to speak to you and see where we proceed with your cases. So we'll be in recess until Ms. Giddings has spoken to the rest of you. And again, those names are 29 Brown, 31 Hughes, 41 Carr, 49 Prescott, 54 Kroll, 55 Biku, 59 Fleming, 61 Shoemate, 63 Alexander, 66 Hewley, and 64 Copeland.
She is gonna call us, correct?
She will call you or we may place you in a virtual breakout room, but I'm trying to get her on the Zoom conference right now.
Do we need to stay on the Zoom conference while we're waiting?
Oh, definitely. If you want the public defender's office, you need to wait to see if they can represent you. Otherwise, you need to hire your own attorney or represent yourselves. Definitely worth the wait to talk to the public defender's office to see if they can give you their legal services for free. Okay. I had a young man who was on the way here.
Your Honor, I believe that was position number 15, Mr. Gerald Wright, who is supposed to appear in person, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I know. I had one person on the way. Yeah, you're right. All right, I guess at the conclusion of the calendar, hopefully Mr. Wright will make an appearance. Okay. All right, folks, I'm so sorry, but I'm just have to wait for Ms. Giddings to interview you because can't proceed without her. And Ms. Whitfield, as soon as you're ready, let us know.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Hewley, I left you a message in the chat. This is Attorney Whitfield with the PD. Miss Hewley, I left you a message in the chat.
May I know who is the ASG for position 54? We have Travis Sean Crawl.
Believe that's me, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Henderson, we have Mr. Crawl in the courtroom. He's at the podium. Can you see him? It's in a gray hoodie. Word McNair on it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Crawl's case number is 21 CR 004-758F, accused of 2 counts of simple battery from November 18, 2019. Mr. Crawl, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and as you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office, you can choose to either represent yourself or an understanding that you would need to know how the law applies to the facts of your case. Otherwise, you can retain counsel, and you would need to retain counsel so that all documents need to be filed within the next 10 days. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, I have a question about one of the charges though. when I was in court last time, one of them was supposed to be dropped. The one against Arabia Dunn.
I do not see a dismissal or non-pros on either one. So no, it's not been dropped. Still two charges against you.
Okay.
What's your question about this case? Otherwise, I'm going to arraign your case.
I would like to have a lawyer.
You want to hire a lawyer?
Yeah.
All right. So you're going to hire a lawyer within the next 10 days?
Yeah.
At your own expense?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to arraign your case, which means that upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial in the future. Your attorney would have the next 10 days to file all the necessary documents, including demand for discovery and so forth. You understand?
So I just have to contact the lawyer, and
you need to contact the lawyer within the next couple of days and let him or her know that your case has been arraigned so that they can expedite filing all the necessary paperwork. The clock starts ticking from today.
So if I plead guilty, I would have to deal with the 2 charges they saying I did.
What do you mean plead guilty? Are you planning to enter a guilty plea today?
I was trying to see what they was offering.
Ms. McCutcheon, Mr. Kroll would like to know if there is excuse me, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Kroll would like to know if there's a plea offer today.
No, Your Honor, because we were unable to talk to the victim in this case.
There's no plea offer on the table at the present time.
Okay, so I'm pleading not guilty.
All right. Mr. Kroll, would you like me to read the accusations brought against you, or do you waive a reading of the accusations?
I'm waiving it.
Okay. Mr. Kroll, you've been accused of 2 counts of simple battery domestic violence from November 18, 2019, allegedly in Fulton County, Georgia. These are misdemeanor offenses that have been brought against you. You are presumed innocent in the eyes of the law. And upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the state has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does prevail, you could be convicted of 1 or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, sir. Your case has now been arraigned. You need to hire your attorney within the next couple of days so that he or she can file all the necessary documents before the expiration of 10 days. Do you understand?
Okay.
You need to let your attorney know your case has been arraigned.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, ma'am. Do I need any type of paperwork, or my lawyer will be able to
You can go up to the clerk's office in J150 and ask for a copy of your accusation.
Okay.
All right. And you can give that to your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good luck.
Your Honor, this is Attorney Giddings. I'm back for position 29. Mr. Brown, Denzel Brown, he does not qualify for our services. And position number 31, Mr. Barrett Hughes, he also does not qualify for services.
Does anyone qualify from the list so far?
Yes, Your Honor, position number 49, Jasmine Prescott, she does qualify, and Ms. Whitfield is speaking with her right now to determine what she wishes to do with her case.
Anyone else?
And I'm still waiting for applications for position 61 as well as position 64. And I need Ms. Ashley Alexander on position 63 to give me a call. Ms. Ashley Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Alexander, are you there, ma'am?
I'm right here. You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I need you to take my number down, please, ma'am, and give me a call.
Okay. I'm
So my
ready.
number is 404 613 1312.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll definitely.
right.
Give me a call right now, please, ma'am. I have a couple of questions I need to ask you so I can make an announcement to the court.
Already.
All right, Miss Giddings, Mr. Copeland, position 64, has not filed an application. He can't do so from his phone. Position 61, Ms. Shoemate, also cannot file the application. She
Your
needs to
Honor,
talk
in
to
my
me.
email, and I did not see it.
Oh, okay. I think they put it in the chat.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I will look for it. And Miss Alexander is trying to call me right now. Miss Alexander, if you're listening, give me a call back right now.
All right. And Shoemate and Copeland's numbers are on the chat. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. While we are waiting for Ms. Giddings to finish her review, I'm going to address position 29, Mr. Brown. Denzel Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Brown, Mr. Brown, your case is 21 CR 004-687Y. And the Public Defender's Office through Ms. Giddings has indicated you do not qualify for their services. So I will be arraigning your case today. You will have just a couple of days to hire an attorney and let them know that your case has been arraigned so they can file all the necessary paperwork to preserve your defenses. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Denzel Brown, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. Please hire an attorney within the next couple of days because from the 10-day deadline starts from today. You are accused of a misdemeanor offense of battery, domestic violence, allegedly on September 4th, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you like me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
I'll waive the reading.
Upon your entry of a not guilty plea to this charge, the case will be scheduled for trial. During the course of the trial, the state has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Can we take this to the pretrial?
You can do so when your attorney can contact the solicitor's office to see if you qualify for pretrial diversion. At the present time, given the information I provided, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned. You need to hire your attorney pronto to consider pretrial as well as to file all the necessary paperwork to get discovery and preserve your defenses. Understood?
Yeah, and also I live in Miami, so like if I do pre-trial, it'll just all get sent down to Miami.
You need to get your attorney to contact the solicitor's office and get all the information.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Am I good to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hughes, position 31, Barrett Hughes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hughes, you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. Your case number is 21 CR 004-690G. You've been advised of your right to remain silent. And so now you have to either retain counsel or choose to represent yourself. I will arraign your case today. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. You have 10 days for your attorney, whomever you hire, to file all the necessary paperwork to demand discovery, preserve your defenses, or seek any other options in your case. Are you prepared to be arraigned?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
I waive a reading of the accusation, ma'am.
Mr. Barrett Jerome Hughes, you're accused of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe and illegal stop, stand, or park where prohibited, allegedly on September 5th, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Please do not walk around. It's very distracting.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
These are the misdemeanor offenses that have been brought against you, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial, during which time the state would have the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state succeeds, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and/or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you feel?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned. Please hire your attorney as soon as possible because the 10-day deadline starts now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you. You have a great one.
You too. All right. Ms. Whitfield? No? All right, folks. We just wait till Ms. Giddings or Ms. Whitfield chimes in. Thank you.
And Your Honor, this is Ms. Whitfield. I've made my announcements for position 66 and for position 49.
Okay, what's the announcement for Ms. Prescott?
Well, position 49 is a waiver.
Okay.
As well as position 66.
Okay. So position 49 and Ms. Hewley, position 66, both qualify for the public defender's office?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Prescott and Ms. Hewley are going to be a PD waiver, and they're both going to be further notice for trial. They're both free to go.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess until Ms. Giddings has had a chance to review. I have one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more cases pending review. Those would be Ms. Carr, Mr. Biku, Fleming, Shoemate, Alexander, and Copeland. Yes, Mr. Howard? Shoemate and Copeland? Okay. Position 61, Ms. Shoemate.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Shoemate, you've spoken to the public defender's office. Your application for the public defense attorney is pending. But I understand that you want to still proceed with entering a not guilty plea and have your case arraigned. Is that correct?
No, I'm not sure what that means. They may have to go to trial.
Yes.
No, I'm no, man. I'm just gonna plead because I can spend up to a year in jail if I found guilty, right?
Your Honor, Ms. Shoemate was supposed to be waiting for a phone call from Ms. Whitfield. Ms. Shoemate, have you not talked to Ms. Whitfield?
He called me, but when he was talking, I could hear y'all, I could hear the judge, and I could hear him, and I didn't want to hang up the Zoom. He told me don't hang up the Zoom, so I had to hang up his call.
All right, Ms. Shoemate, please wait. She needs to talk to the PD again.
Yeah, she can call me. Ms. Shoemate, if you would, because we still were waiting for an application to come through from her, but I'll just talk with her. Ms. Shoemate, can you take down my number, please, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Let me go get a pen.
Ms. Giddings wants to talk to her.
No, I just finished talking with Miss Ashley Alexander on position number 63, and she does not qualify for our services.
All right, okay. And Ms. Shoemate is still on deck for PD. Yes. Ms. Alexander, position
yes, 63. If you would please call me at 404 613
yes.
1312.
1312.
All right, Ms. Alexander.
So I can hang up the Zoom, ma'am?
Nope. No. Just mute it.
Okay.
Yes. Ashley Micah Alexander does not qualify for, I'm sorry, Mika does not qualify for the services of the public defender's office. So, Ms. Alexander, I will arraign your case today upon your entry of a not guilty plea. You would need to retain counsel within the next couple of days so that all your documents may be filed in accordance with, in order to preserve your defenses and demand discovery. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. You've been advised of your right to remain silent. And do you want me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
You can go ahead and read it.
All right. Is Mr. Patel a witness or an alleged victim?
He's the alleged victim, but
let's leave it at that.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Alexander, in case 21 CR 004781C, you've been accused of battery, domestic violence, allegedly occurring on September 9, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. This is a misdemeanor offense, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. During the course of the trial, the state, the prosecutor, has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine.
Okay.
Given this information, how do you plead?
I plead not guilty.
All right. You have 10 days from today to file your demands for discovery and any other motions that you seek to file to preserve your defenses and your rights.
Of course.
If you plan to hire an attorney, please do so within the next couple of days so that they may file everything in a timely manner. Any questions?
No, that'll be all.
Thank you. You're free to go.
Alrighty.
What did she say about Mr. Copeland? No, 64? We're still waiting on him?
We're still waiting on.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Shumate?
Yes, ma'am. She told me to come back to the Zoom. She said I need to come down to the office to fill out the paper, to fill out the application.
All right. Please hold. Ms. Giddings? All right. Ms. Shumate,
Yes, Your Honor.
start
I
your
just
video.
Ms. Shumate and as well as Mr. Howard, and I advised her that she will need to come down and get an application and fill it out. And in the meantime, her case will be sent to the trial court and she needs to skedaddle and skidoo so that somebody can know what we're doing in 10 days if we need to file an entry of appearance and motions.
All right. And we're just addressing Ms. Jasmine Brianna Shumate, correct?
Yes, position number 61. So I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say we can waive the reading because we can do that, waive the reading and just send it to for the notice to the trial court.
That's okay. I'll ask her.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Shoemate, first of all, could you please sit up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. So you've been accused of battery domestic violence allegedly on May 20th, 2021. Presently, you do not qualify for the public defender's office. Your application has not been submitted. And today is the day for the case to be arraigned. In other words, to accept your not guilty plea and have your case scheduled for trial. Once your case is scheduled for trial, you still have an opportunity to reach out to the prosecutor to see if they have a plea offer. In other words, if there's a recommendation, if you decide to plead guilty, or if you want to consider that. Oh, my Lord.
I'm sorry.
So it appears that the public defender's office has now counseled you that you need to come down and fill out the application in person before they can consider representing you. Time is of the essence. You must do so within the next couple of days. And if you do qualify, they need to file all the necessary documents within the next 10 days. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to arraign your case, which means that you'll be entering a plea of not guilty. Are you prepared to go forward?
If I plead guilty, will I have to do time in jail?
If I don't have a plea offer from the prosecution and I don't know if they have one, and if you plead guilty to me today, yes, you'll be sentenced to up to a year in prison.
Okay, no, I will go with non-guilty then.
Ms. Jasmine Shoemate, you're accused of battery domestic violence allegedly on May 20th, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you like me to read the accusation or would you like to waive a reading of the accusation?
No, you can waive it.
This is a misdemeanor offense, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the state has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be found guilty and convicted of this offense. Your penalty could be up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has now been formally arraigned. You have 10 days. You have 10 days to file your request for discovery as well as all other motions in order to preserve your defenses. Please come down and apply for the Fulton County Public Defender's Office within the next 24 to 48 hours. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Shoemate?
No, ma'am, that's it.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, on position 64, when you're ready, Mr. Brandon Copeland.
All right, Mr. Brendan Copeland, case number 21 CR 004-785C, accused of battery domestic violence, has been advised of his right to remain silent. And how are we doing on counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Copeland has indicated that he will come down in the morning to fill out an application because he's in the same similar situation as Ms. Shoemate. He cannot complete the application on his phone.
Okay. And he's prepared to go forward with the arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Brandon Copeland, you've been accused of battery domestic violence, allegedly on September 7th, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. You've been advised of your right to remain silent and your application is pending your written submission of the request for public defense services. So at the present time, I'm going to arraign your case, which means that you're going to enter a plea of not guilty and the case will be scheduled for trial. Time will be of the essence because you would need to file your demand for discovery and all appropriate motions within the next 10 days. Would you like me to read the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
No, but wait.
Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial where the state would have to prove the misdemeanor charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. They have the complete burden to prove this charge and overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If they succeed, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned. Please make sure you apply for the public defender's office within the next 24 to 48 hours. And if not, please hire an attorney so he or she can file all the appropriate paperwork before the expiration of the 10 days. Thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, Your Honor, position number 55, Mr. Colin Charles Farquhar.
Speaker. And
Yes,
what's your
ma'am.
number?
He does not qualify for our services, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, I thought you said I did qualify.
No, sir, Mr. Collins, you do not qualify for our services.
Oh, I just spoke to you on the phone. I swear you just said you qualified. That's why I said thank you.
Mr. PQ, you do not qualify for public defense services. I will arraign your case today. Are you prepared to retain counsel within the next couple of days so they can file all the appropriate paperwork?
I will have to, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Colin Charles PQ, you are accused of battery causing substantial physical harm in case 21 CR 004759F. You have been advised of your right to remain silent, and you would need to retain counsel in order to file all the appropriate paperwork within the next 10 days. Or you may choose to waive counsel and represent yourself, in which sense that you would need to be aware of how the law applies to the facts of your case. The allegations are that this occurred on August 23rd, 2020 in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you like me to read the accusation, or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
Waive, Your Honor.
At the time of trial, upon your entry of the not guilty plea, the state would have the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned and is going to be further noticed for trial. Please make sure that you retain counsel very, very shortly to make sure you meet the 10-day deadline. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
May I reapply?
Certainly. You should come down within the next 24 to 48 hours to the Fulton County Public Defender's Office and submit your application in person. I think upon reapplication, you would need to bring paperwork from the Department of Labor or anything, or your current payroll checks or something to that effect to show that you financially qualify.
Okay. Is there any more information I would need to know, or anything I can get emailed to me regarding going forward, or that's everything?
All right. You've got the email information when you applied for your application for the Public Defender's Office. Send them the request that you need.
All right.
Thank you.
And hold on, I'm sorry. One more question. As far as the pretrial thing that I guess I had to do is how long is that going? Or is that, I heard you say something about pretrial. I was just confused.
Are you on a signature bond through pretrial services?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you report to pretrial once a month until they tell you to stop, until your case is resolved, or if you get arrested again for anything else.
All right.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. We are still waiting on Ms. Carr, Fleming, and Mr. Wright was supposed to appear in court, but by the latest 12:30, he has not appeared. So I'm still going to wait on Fleming and Carr before I make my decision on Wright, position 15. Any updates, Ms. Giddings?
Yes, I was waiting for Ms. Carr's application. I don't know if she filled it out because I did not receive it.
Yes, ma'am, I did, and I received an email back from Raven Davis that it was sent to you.
Okay, all right.
That was at 12:30.
Okay, let me pull it up then and see where it is.
And Fleming. position 59. Those are the two we're waiting on, Ms. Giddings. Ms. Whitfield, if you have any updates on that, that'd be great.
I do not. I did not have anybody else I was speaking with, Your Honor.
Oh, we'll wait then. Thank you.
Okay, Your Honor, I just had an opportunity to review Ms. Carr's application. She does not qualify for the PD's office.
All right, position 41. Ms. Carr, you do not qualify for the Public Defender's Office. Highly recommend that you obtain counsel within the next couple of days in order to make sure that all the appropriate paperwork is filed by the 10th day.
Okay.
I will arraign your case at the present time. Do you waive a reading of the accusations, or would you like me to read the accusations?
You can read them.
Okay. You've been advised of your right to remain silent, and as so you do not qualify for the Public Defender's Office, you will need to retain counsel, or you can waive your right to counsel and choose to represent yourself. In either event, upon your entry of a not guilty plea and your case being arraigned, you have 10 days to file your demand for discovery and file all your appropriate motions in order to preserve your rights and your defenses. In case 21 CR 004-704J, you've been accused of simple battery, domestic violence, and battery, domestic violence.
What was
These
it? Simple battery, domestic violence, and what?
And battery, domestic violence.
Simple battery, domestic violence, and battery, domestic violence.
Correct.
Okay.
These allegedly occurred, both of them allegedly occurred on September 6, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. With regards to the battery family violence accusation, the Solicitor General of Fulton County, Georgia does accuse Gloria Michelle Carr for the said offense, but that said accused in Fulton County, Georgia on or about September 6, 2021, did intentionally cause visible bodily harm to Alan Carr, who is the present spouse of said accused, to wit, a blackened eye in violation of Georgia law 16-5-23.1 With regards to the second accusation, the Solicitor General's office does accuse the same defendant with the offense of simple battery domestic violence, in that the accused in Fulton County, Georgia on September 6, 2021, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature with the person of Alan Carr, who is the present spouse, to wit, by striking him in the head in violation of Georgia law 16-5-23F. These are the two accusations that have been brought against you. You are presumed innocent in the eyes of the law, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecution has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and be sentenced to up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right.
When, I'm sorry.
Your case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. All requests for discovery or any other exculpatory information to file any motions need to be filed 10 days by 10 days from today. So time is of the essence. You do not have the luxury to wait. You will need to retain counsel, hopefully within the next 24 to 48 hours.
When will I receive something in the mail in regards to the next court date?
If we have your correct address on file, you will receive notice as to your next court date.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're free to go.
Okay.
That leaves us with Fleming, position number 59. Any updates? Kervin Fleming. Sorry, Ms. Giddings. Sorry, Ms. Giddings. Please unmute. No, Ms. Giddings, you are on mute, please. Could you please unmute?
Are you asking about position 59? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes, I was. Kervin Fleming. Oh, I think that was
Mr.
arraignment
Fleming
for the
indicated
notice,
that
right?
he was going to hire his own attorney.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So the only other position left is number 15. It is 1:04 p.m. Mr. Jarrell Wright was advised to appear in court due to his inability to submit a written request for the public defender's office. He was given, I don't recall, I think it was 11 a.m. or.
This time he gave him at 10:34 when we talked to him. I wrote it down.
All right, it's 1:04. He's still not appeared. And so this is going to be noted as an FTA and reported to the division judge. That concludes the calendar. Was there anything anyone wants me to go over?
I don't
Unless you
believe
want me
so.
to
We
go
have
over
to
all
state.
128 cases again, Mr. Henderson? Do you have time to kill?
No,
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe that all three of the state's attorneys have been keeping notes, and if we have missed any, we will consult with one another. I don't believe the court needs to go back over all 126 or so positions.
More
Thank you.
than happy to do it.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks, thank you very much. This Apollo plea and arraignment calendar was a fun. Okay, so.
Go dogs.
Go dogs. Next
Go
year,
dogs.
next year, next year. Mr. Faku, did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I think she misunderstood me when I was telling her about my job. I told her they cut our hours. So 1 week I get paid for a 32-hour week, and the next week I get paid for a 24-hour week.
All right, so come down and reapply with all the necessary information, and they'll be glad to reconsider your application.
Okay, that's fine. I could do that. I just wanted to know why we couldn't do it how we just did it on the Zoom or on the phone.
Because it was just denied, and now they want to see either DOL reports or your payroll documents.
Okay, I understand. I just really think that she misunderstood what I was saying.
Understood.
Okay.
All right, thank you. This concludes our calendar, folks. Y'all have a safe week. That little bug is still out there, voracious, so please be safe. Take care.
Your Honor, will you be handling the ORCA calendars, or do you know yet?
I've been told I'll be handling one of them.
Okay.
And so,
All right,
yeah, so if y'all have any tips on how I could falter and fail, please share them with me.
we will, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Good day, everyone.
This weekend was not a good football weekend for us. I lost 50 cents on all games.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God.
Fortune.
I know. So, Falcons,
Hey, everyone.
bless their little hearts.
All right. Happy New Year,
Stay
everybody.
safe. Okay, happy New Year,
everyone.
everyone. Stay safe.
Bye.
Keep mask up. Okay.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
mask up. Wash your hands.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
50 cents?